Greetings, chess players, and welcome to some Sunday night action live from Northern California. I just got back in the door in time to catch round 5 of the strongest tournament, maybe in the United States, definitely on the West Coast, and the tournament is the second Mission 360 Bay Area GM IM Invitational Norm Tournament. So we got 10 masters playing a 9-round round robin format, G90 with a 30-second increment, and they are trying to earn their titles. Whatever that next title is, they're trying to get the norms and earn that. This tournament is brought to you by the really cool young fellows at Mission 360. Let me go to their website real fast and show it to you. Oh wait, you're still looking at me. There it is, Mission 360. There it is, Mission 360. Check it out. It's located at Mission 360 for you, FORU.org. And let me tell you about us. I'll click the thing. There's FIDE Master Kevin Pan. There's FIDE Master Kevin Pan and his super nice mom. There's FIDE Master Eric Lee Scouting. And there's International Master Josiah Stearman. We're going to be seeing Eric Lee and Josiah Stearman in action. Kevin Pan is sitting this one out. He's very busy with all of his schoolwork and such, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him in action again soon. He is a phenomenal chess player, as you might expect. Let me get back to the tournament. So I go, and oh, my name is Chris Torres, and this is Daily Chess Musings. It's more than a website, it's a community. You can go to dailychessmusings.com, find out all about it. All right, now let's see. All right, so we are starting on game 21 of this tournament. All right, I need to remember that. So 21 is really board 1 for round 5. Let me make a note to myself, because this is the type of thing you don't want to mess up. Okay. And note to self. Note to self made. Let me show you the tournament slideshow. Tell your friends, come watch. Top-notch chess from Northern California. Let's see what's going on. We've got Maria Malika all the way from Poland. FIDE Master Maria Malika White against David Berkses from Hungary. This is happening live in San Jose. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5, Ruy Lopez. Okay, got ourselves just, standard Ruy Lopez stuff. So black is happy to trade their knight for the Ruy Lopez bishop. And we shall see. We shall see what white does. Oftentimes here, it's bishop c2, right? And then maybe I think as black, I like to play d5 to that. But, I'm not a GM or an FM. I am a correspondence chess master, but these guys are super talented players. All right, so we've got a Ruy Lopez on board 1. I hope we get a lot of different openings, because different players play different things, and it gives everybody something to look at. Let's see what we got here. Board 2 is Michael Lee, I believe from Washington, if I remember correctly. International Master Michael Lee versus Gabor Nagy. Let's take a look. And Gabor is also from Hungary. Lots of strong Hungarian chess players. So we got ourselves a Indian game to start with. So black's going to be controlling things from afar. But now it's kind of switching more into a Queen's Gambit, right? This is Just a queen's gambit, and then the exchange. And yeah, everything's kind of natural. This h3 move, interesting stuff. Um, definitely, white could have just castled there. H3 is likely to give their bishop. If this happens and this happens, then the bishop is there and can even go into the hole if necessary. It's a useful move. It also stops any sort of knight. Oops, let me erase this stuff. Knight G4 kinds of things. So very comfortable. If you play a lot of chess, you are very used to this kind of queen pawn opening pawn structure here. This is very common. And knight on f3, bishop g5, bishop on d3 just makes good sense. And then of course our rook e8. So we're expecting white to castle, because you don't want to leave your king in that file, allowing black to get some kind of tactic. No reason to do that. You want to castle anyways. All right, let's look at the next board. And here we've got, let's see, d4, knight f6. So another Indian game. But this time, what is this? Like I should know this. This is like a, what, Nimzo Indian? I'm terrible with my opening names, especially for the ones I don't play. All right, so the bishop comes out, pinning the knight right off the bat. White develops pieces, and yeah, everything's off and running in Josiah Stearman versus Leonid Udison. So International Master Josiah Stearman, 20-year-old student graduating Cal, University of California at Berkeley in applied mathematics, versus Leonid Udison, 60-something-year-old grandmaster representing the country of Israel. Let's move to another one. And let me make sure that you're seeing. Yeah, you are. Good. I just wanted to check my screen. Are we going to see another Indian game here? No, this is an English, kind of a reverse Sicilian. And we've already seen this line once already in the tournament. Again, as I said earlier, and we're looking at Ming Lu versus Vyam Vidyarthi. I don't know much about Ming Lu, and I should do my homework and find out more. Vyam Vidyarthi is a young guy from the South Bay Area, Silicon Valley. All right, so let's play along. We got ourselves an English opening, and the knight advances to attack the bishop that was, placed there hopefully to pin it. Bishop drops back to c5, threatening f2. So you play a3. This way, the bishop on c5, its biggest threat is taken away from it. And then c6. Say, go away, Mr. Knight. But d4. White says, not so fast. Boom, boom. And now both sides have a piece under attack. And I believe black retreats and white retreats. So white comes out with a little bit more space, but it doesn't need to stay that way for too long. Black could strike immediately with pawn to d5. Let us look at, and they did. All right, so let's look at the next board. I don't do a lot of opening memorization. It might come as a surprise to you because I am a correspondence chess master. But my strength in correspondence chess was just the fact that I was very obsessive about late middle game to end game positions and setting up end games and playing them for hours and hours and hours and charting them out on paper while I was playing them on multiple boards. The different variations, testing and retesting, really gaining time early, and then using that to cash in the late middle and transitioning into an end game. That was my strength. So, all right, let's see what we got. Another Ruy Lopez, and with the g6 this time instead of the knight to f6. And white castles. And looks like I just got a message. I was talking about Hungarian chess players. I guess they were just having a big election in Hungary right now. And somebody won in a parliamentary race. So news is happening. So in this position, Black's got a lot of strength on d4 with this kind of structure. Their knight on c6, their pawn on e5, and their bishop on g7 are all working to control d4 square on white side of the board. E5s can be a little weak, as is the case in a lot of Ruy Lopez, because the knight that is under attack is the main supporter of e5. And white is already castled. Black needs to be figuring that out really soon. Really, really soon. So what might we expect here? I like to make a guess. You know, c3 would be a good move for a couple of reasons. First of all, c3 controls helps to control d4 and b5, but it prepares d4, right? And these things are important. Plus, with c3, then if, say, b5 happens, you could go immediately bishop c2, which is very, you know, very Ruy Lopez-like as well. Okay, and let's see, do I have another game? I think I do. Nope, that's it. That's it. So this is Austin May and Eric Lee. Let's go. We've touched every board now, and now we're going to go back and look at it all with greater precision. If you are a viewer tonight, say hi in the Twitch chat. I am looking at that while I'm doing my other things. So if you have a question or a comment, yeah, I like having conversation. It's better than just talking to myself for hours, right? So I believe board 21 was the start of our action. Yes, board 21. Board 20 was from round 4. So board 21 is the start of our action. And let's see what's going on here. Again, we started with a Ruy Lopez, a line that should be familiar to a lot of people. Bishop c2 was not played. Knight takes e5 was instead. Totally a fine idea there. And then queen develops. And certainly I think, yeah, bishop b7 is what I was just about to draw the arrow. You're going to play bishop b7. And then black's going to, okay, d3. And now black could play d5 to really stack the pressure on white's center pawn. I think that's the line I know in the Ruy Lopez. Let's go to another. Oh, if you're hearing me guzzling beverage, I'm having some green tea. I just got back. I was sunbaked in the car. Sunbaked. It was a sunny day in Northern California. I drove from where I live, which is outside of the Bay Area, California Central Valley, into the Bay Area, into Silicon Valley, taught a bunch of chess lessons, drove around. Sunny, bright, sunny day. Temperature was nice. It was in the 70s, right? But, I mean, you're sitting in the car, and that sun just kind of bakes you. So, having my green tea as we speak. And let's see. So if you hear me clunking around with a glass, yeah. No, I'm not having any sort of adult beverage. I don't partake in that kind of stuff. Not since getting really sick in 2020. I got really, really sick, was hospitalized for a while, and that's when I really upped the ante with daily chess musings. And again, I felt very comfortable in this, and we're expecting white to castle. What? It's already a draw? Did Michael Lee? Maybe Gabor Nagy wasn't feeling good, or something. Because Michael Lee gets a quick draw, and that certainly helps Michael Lee, right? He's an international master. Certainly, you wanna win if you want to try and get that last norm, but still, getting a draw against a grandmaster, um, you know. That's yeah. It's good for Michael. Disappointing for us. Let's just put it that way. I'm choosing my words carefully. As a fan of chess, quick draws are disappointing. I like to see long, hard fought games, more like we saw in the first one. Okay, now Josiah has been playing really creative and tricky chess. We're seeing a Nimzo Indian defense. So Nimzo Indians, that's with the bishop, coming out there, and um, playing against the young Josiah Stearman, playing against the storied grandmaster Leonid Udison. Um, Hang on one second as I answer a couple messages. I'm getting live messages from players, fans, tournament directors on the different social medias, reaching out, telling me when I'm saying something right, when I'm saying something wrong. I appreciate that. Um, Aside from being the correspondence chess master, I'm also the uh, what am I trying to say? I'm also the editor for the Cal Chess Journal, um, which is Northern California's official chess magazine. So I'd be watching this tournament anyways. So as long as I'd be watching it anyways, I might as well. I might as well broadcast. Right? I'm doing my homework, watching because I'm going to be covering these things. They're historic tournaments. These are hugely historic tournaments. Not even slightly. I mean, this is major history happening right now. We saw a birth of a international master in our last tournament that we did last weekend, and we may see another player get an important norm. Um, and we may see Leonid Udison play. Let's see. What do you think? E5 maybe? That would be, the most provocative move. Certainly Leonid could castle. Nothing wrong with that. Or, H6. Um, I think I've seen H6 played before in a key game. And I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was a game against Garry Kasparov. Um, but E5 or castle. Let's see. And E5 is played. So now we get the fun part of doing what I've been doing very terribly at. Um, and first of all, there's this threat, right? You got to be mindful of the pawn E4 threat fork, right? So what do you do with the knight on F3? That's the one that should go someplace. Um, and generally speaking, I mean, Josiah could just play D5, um, gaining space and attacking White's knight first. But generally speaking, in these positions, you either see knight D2 or knight G5. Um, I wonder which Josiah is going to pick. We'll keep it here just for a moment because I have a feeling Josiah is going to play a move fairly quickly, and we don't get to see a lot of Leonid Udison's games. I want to give him all the love and attention on my broadcast as well because Leonid Udison is he strictly follows Jewish law about playing chess, on the Sabbath, on the Shabbat, and so we don't get to see his games like Friday evening and through Saturday evening. So it's Sunday evening now. we'll catch up. We'll give him some more airtime. Answering one or two more messages real fast. Waiting to see Josiah. As I said, he's graduating Cal in applied mathematics. He's been on Daily Chess Musings many times. I've watched him grow up. I helped run a fundraiser to send him to where was the tournament? This was a World Youth Tournament. Slovenia. That's right. It came to me. I knew it would come to me. I did a fundraiser for two young players. He chooses knight d2. Okay, so that's kind of and now what are we going to see from Leonid? Probably castle, and then after castle, then white plays pawn to d5, takes the extra space. So I know a little bit about the Nimzo-Indian, of course, from plenty of correspondence chess battles. The black's knight goes to e7, en route back to g6. White has a little bit more space. The battle's going to be long because the pawn center is closed after white plays d5. So it's going to be a long, hard game with a little bit of ebb and flow back and forth in who's attacking what. Let us see where we're at in this game. All right, so this is one of those English openings. I don't know much about the English opening, but it's getting more traditional now in terms of just a queen pawn opening structure that just makes good sense. So black has kind of the Slav formation, right, against a queen's gambit, and white's got the pawns on d4 and c4 like they would in any sort of in majority of queen pawn games. Knight goes to c3 after the pawn goes to c4. Bishop tucks into d3 on the long diagonal for when black castles, and then normally we would expect to see knight f3 and white castling, which is why h3 was played, so there's no pin there, which makes bishop d3 better. All right, so that's what's going on there. Ming Lu versus Vyam Vidyarthi. And then we're back over here. And let's start making some predictions. Well, you got bishop b7, knight f6. Two moves that just make a profound amount of sense for Glee right now. I am just getting more and more impressed with Eric the more I watch him play. And I was already crazy impressed with Eric. And that's where we're at. Let's go back. Okay, so we've come here. Predictions here. Leonid against Josiah. We're expecting black to castle. A draw, Gabor Nagy and Michael Lee. And then we've got Maria Malika versus David Berkses. Two players that could have played each other a lot without traveling so far, right? I mean, you got Maria from Poland and David from Hungary. So they've come all the way to San Jose, California to play each other. Probably, yeah, they could have taken a much shorter flight, but it's about it's about the competition. It's about the fact that you got to have foreign masters if you want your local players from Northern California to have a chance to earn these FIDE titles. So these are two of the foreign chess masters. You got to have people representing other countries. Easier to do in Europe because countries are closer together. In the United States, we've got all the surface area. So in the past, it's been very difficult, which is why a player like Fabiano Caruana went to Europe to earn his Grand Master title because it was much easier to do there than say in New York. I mean, New York has a vibrant chess scene, but still, even in New York, your chances of earning FIDE norms is a lot harder than if you were in Europe. There's way more opportunities for chess players in Europe. And we're waiting to see what happens in this game. And why we're doing that, I'll answer a few more. Yeah, if you want to say hi and chat, go right ahead. I'm always happy to be social. These Ruy Lopez lines are, very old and very well trodden paths, right? They've been played hundreds of thousands of times at master level, and we live in the information age, so it's very easy. But it all stems back to a manuscript by a Spanish monk, Ruy Lopez. That was his name. And he studied the Spanish game, or the Ruy Lopez, extensively. And a lot of the original lines, as the story goes, that were in his notebook, in his journal on the Ruy Lopez, hold up today and are still kind of our main lines. He figured out all the theory way back when. We're talking like 500 years ago. Amazing. Simply amazing. Now, what was I going to say? I was going to say something else. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the Italian. Of course, has a very long history as well, and Gioacchino Greco wrote a lot about and Palerio. They wrote a lot about the Italian structures, and so the Italian, the classical Italian game, the Yoko Piano and the Yoko Pianissimo, um, very studied as well. And we have, like 450 years of research. So the Ruy Lopez, I think, is a little older as far as, um, if I have my history right. If I don't, feel free to call me out in chat. But I mean, when you're talking about things that are over 400 years old, yeah, they're they're well studied, and it's cool. You can go back. Not so much Ruy Lopez, because he didn't actually play chess so much as he figured out, analyzed the lines. But Gioacchino Greco actually played chess, and you can find a whole bunch of his games. And it wasn't just the Italian stuff. I mean, he gave us a lot of knowledge on the King's Gambit, and his book was like the main book. His treatise on chess was like the main chess textbook for at least a couple hundred years, because there weren't that many books published. And so therefore, it would have been looked at by players like Paul Morphy and Alexander Alyakin. Kind of interesting. We know for a fact it was in Paul Morphy's library, and we can kind of guess that it would have been in Alexander Alyakin's library. Now, this particular line in the Ruy Lopez, I am unfamiliar with, and I'm familiar with a lot of stuff, right? So the fact that I am unfamiliar with this line means that Maria has really really taken us into different territory. Um, so certainly we could see like dx e4 from David. Um, Again, black's pieces are really aligned nicely for pressure on e4, so that would make sense. Um, what else might we see? Would c5 make sense? Is c5 a good move here? Um, I'm thinking about it. It certainly would be very aggressive because then you would be saying, okay, white, go ahead and play ex d5, and then I can take back with my knight. Yeah, I think this would also be an okay line, and it would be, see, it gives white probably a small edge, but on the other side of the coin, it's opening the diagonal for this bishop down there, and you know this bishop has really good prospects um, in any of these lines really. All right, let's move to another game. And here we are again at Gabor Nagy and Michael Lee. Quick draw favors Michael Lee. And then Leonid Udison and Josiah Stearman. What's happened since we were last here? Let's take a look. Black did in fact castle, and this is what I expected. And then, interesting, Josiah plays knight e4, and that is not quite what I expected. That's interesting. Let me think about that for a second. You guys do the same? I mean, there's some interesting possibilities here, right? I mean, it looks like this is almost inviting, say, bishop f5. It's giving this bishop, it's answering the question for Leonid of where his bishop should go. And bishop f5, I think would be what I would play. Start getting, you know, getting all the pieces out of the back row. Um, There's another route for this bishop, though, right? I mean, black could play pawn b6. And then think about bringing their bishop out this way. So Leonid's going to make a big decision regarding his bishop on c8. And then there's kind of the more kind of boring approach, which would just be knight takes e4 right now. There's certainly nothing wrong with knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, but I think I'm expecting to see some plan with the bishop in the next move for Leonid Udison. How is he going to use his unused bishop? When Josiah puts the knight on e4, it's giving it the possibility of bishop f5 immediately. But pawn b6 is interesting because it further supports, right, the c5 pawn, plus it creates some interesting diagonals for the black's light bishop on b7 and a6. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Very, very high level chess. And I really like the time control. It is G90 plus 30 seconds. So it's still considered classical chess. It's affecting the FIDE classical ratings, but it's at a good clip. We're seeing a lot of action. White did in fact castle. And white has the infamous IQP, isolated queen's pawn. Who was it? There was a famous chess player that said if you're afraid of getting an isolated queen's pawn, then you should find a new hobby. Who was that? Famous chess player. There's a lot of great chess quotes. It'll come to me in a moment. If you're afraid of being given an isolated queen's pawn, then you should find a new hobby. Who said that? Does anybody know? Um, that's one of the viewers right now. Probably the most famous quote about the isolated queen's pawn. uh, Taking a moment just to kind of consider Viam's options, and castling or knight f6 look like solid choices, right? Both of these look like solid choices. I would lean toward castling just because it's something that needs to get done sooner than later. And knight f6 would give white a nice. That must be a castle, right? That must be a castle. Now these guys are playing. I'm sure this is going to be corrected. I do not think he played king f8. Yes, there we go. So let me tell you how this tournament's running. It is played on physical chessboards, like real chessboards. It's just broadcast. They're DGT boards. So is white, you're probably, you could, your bishop's going to go to d2 because you don't want to give black the option of taking your bishop. And if you go to e3, this knight could just take the bishop. f4, it just falls. g5, it just falls. So your bishop's going to go to d2. Maybe you play rook e1 first to leave a little bit of mystery in that. You could throw in like a slow pawn a3 to stop any sort of knight to b4 or bishop b4, especially if you're planning rook e1, or the knight could go to b4 to target your one of your bishops to get rid of your bishop pair. And here I go again with crazy arrows. If you watch this broadcast often enough, you'll see me mess up and draw crazy arrows. All right. So a3 is a distinct possibility, as is rook e1. Those are two things. a3 is more of a subtle approach. Rook e1, yeah, putting the rook in a semi-open file makes a ton of sense. Back to Maria, Malika, and David Berkses. Maria's playing an interesting line in the Ruy Lopez that I do not recognize. This is not the this is not your grandfather's Ruy Lopez. So here we were talking about all these how studied it is. It's been analyzed to death for 500 years, and then still we're seeing some fresh ideas. I'm taking a moment just to take it all in. I thought we were further along. I guess not. Maybe c5 would be the most provocative move by David. Is grabbing the maximum amount of space possible while leaving the tension here, keeping that interesting tension. As soon as you resolve tension in these kinds, there we go. c5 is played. Tension is unresolved. This is what we like, and Black's taking a ton of space on the queen side. So white, Maria, I should use names. Maybe, what? EX d5, knight takes d5. And then you could play like this a4 idea that we see in so many of these Ruy Lopez's with the a6, b5 pawn. That would be one way of going about it. Another way, a completely different approach that Maria could employ here, would be setting up this kind of pawn structure, thereby threatening the pawn on d5 twice. So if you play c4, then I would expect dx e4 and then dx e4, and that really opens the position up a lot. And who does it favor if it opens up right now? I'd be tempted to say black. So we'll see if I'm correct with any of these predictions. It's a good way. Gary Kasparov probably. Not sure what that's in a response to, but yeah, I did remember that a game was one of the games that we were looking at. I recognize from a old Kasparov game. But guessing, trying to guess the moves that you see in high-level games is a tried method that has been used for a very, very long time, and it makes you a better chess player. It's like you're playing the game yourself, and then getting like corrected by the teacher occasionally. The teacher being Grandmaster David Berkes or Maria Malika. You can try, guessing the move. It's a very good exercise. And then sometimes there's multiple correct moves, and then trying to understand why they chose one instead of the other. Also very good. But yeah, like ex d5, knight takes d5, and then pawn a4. And then, black could play b4 then. This gets kind of interesting. This gets really, really interesting. And then white could play knight to c4. Okay. And now we're really starting to push my calculations. So again, I am predicting ex d5, knight takes d5, a4, b4, knight d to c4. There it is! And like I said, this is a fresh position, just using what we know about chess to try and decipher. All right, so knight takes d5, and then a4. We're following along. I think I was doing, probably the same calculations, very close to what Maria was looking at. She probably looked at both lines like we were here. So knight takes d5, a4, and then black plays b4. And then I was saying knight d to c4. And then things start getting really interesting. Black could play a5, and so then they have like a pawn structure like this, right? It's advanced. Their bishop's looking pretty strong. Their bishop on b7 is looking across the board. Their bishop on e7 is supporting these pawns over here, right? And white, on the other side of the coin, has a lot to be happy with as well. they force black to advance these pawns, which are now becoming targets. Both their knights are really, really well placed, and their rook is really well placed, and their bishop. That's the big question. Where is that bishop going to go? It may end up going to f4. It may end up going to g5, in fact. Some of that depends. But this is yeah, I'm expecting knight takes d5, a4, b4, and then knight d to c4, and then a5. Well, I mean, you know, kind of thematic. If you wanted to attack the weak pawn with your bishop, now that I think about it, Maria could throw in bishop e3, and that would be attacking the c5 pawn, attacking that advanced target. But if you did that, then black could just play knight takes e3, right? Okay, well we'll find out. I'm getting a little too. I think I'm getting a little too cerebral here. I mean, there's plenty of other alternatives, and I'm going down one branch with mental calculations, and that's actually a bad habit. You gotta look at the checks, captures, and threats for each step, and draw, you know, chart out multiple branches in your head. You don't want to get stuck just analyzing one line. All right, so we're back. Just checking the window. Checking the window. Everything looks good. This is a draw. That's right. Hello, Chris. Yes, that was the draw. Ah, what do we got here? A whole bunch of pawn weaknesses. Josiah Stearman playing crazy provocative chess again. Josiah Stearman is playing for results. He is playing for wins or losses every time he's playing. If a draw happens, it's not what he wanted. He's being very aggressive. All right, so then he went the knight d2, the knight do path. No, the knight d2 path. Castle, knight e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen e7. Then pawn takes. That's interesting. So, I mean, the center's like super fractured now. I mean, for a moment, there are triple isolated pawns and an isolated pawn. And just I saying, pawn structure, who cares about pawn structure? dx c5. And see, what this does for Josiah is it gives him bishop a3. It gives him bishop a3, which pins the c5 pawn to the queen. It holds the queen, you know, to defending a pawn. You don't want to use your queen to defend pawns. So I'm expecting bishop a3, but I've been notoriously bad at predicting Josiah's moves because he's playing like a mad scientist. He is playing next level chess like a mad scientist. Every game is like a monster of his creation of limitless complexities. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Just fun to watch. We'll keep it right here for a few more moments while we maybe I'll make a couple more predictions. I'm thinking bishop a3, but we'll find out. I mean, there's a couple other options, right? I mean, there's bishop a3, which makes sense, right? Holding the queen to defending a pawn. Ah, you know, that was one that I was... Okay, I wasn't even going to suggest that. I'll be honest. I was going to suggest this or this. those were going to be the three moves that I was going to suggest. Um, but Josiah is making a mess of the pawn structure. He's just totally trashing the pawn structure. What a mess! Lots of targets. Pawn to e4. Lots of stationary targets, by the way. None of these pawns can move, right? Stationary, weak pawns that if attacked, either and you want to hang on to them, you got to use a piece. But it seems like, you see, it seems like something's gone wrong because black's ahead. Like, slightly in development, right? I mean, just ever so slightly. Check it out. I mean, everything else is the same, and black is one step ahead. Where did Josiah lose a tempo? Let's. Where did he lose his? Okay, so moving the knight back and then forward, and yeah, that's where. So we've got ourselves, and it's a draw. It's a draw, which is a fantastic result for Josiah. I didn't expect a draw. This was kind of getting fun. Certainly, a lot of pieces have been taken, but you know, that's a bummer. I've really been enjoying Josiah's mad scientist side. He's really matured as a chess player, which is why he got his IM recently. So I mean, you know, I would play probably would have continued with like bishop e6, threatening one pawn, right? And then Josiah could continue with the silly symmetry and play queen e2. He totally could. Or he could have played queen a4 and broken the symmetry. But he could keep it like symmetrical, very, very symmetrical, with queen e2. And then black could have played a5. I mean, we could just play around with symmetry. And this is probably why they agreed to a draw, because it starts getting a little silly. A5, a4. But then at this point, you know, with black having their bishop out already, then it seems like Lena just gets a little bit of an edge. A little bit of an edge against white. So, because he could be the first to get a rook to the open file. Rook f to b8. His rooks are unified in the back rank. Josiah's bishop's still sitting back there. So, it's a good result for Josiah. Because black actually, it's like a mirror image, and black is ahead just a little bit in time. Anytime that happens, you know, something's gone wrong as white, because you're the one who started the game. You're the one who served. So, you know, it could be a shorter evening, but a couple of the games are of great interest. And my favorite game from the round so far is the Maria Malika game. And that's not anything against what. Now this is a fun game. This is going to be fun. Austin, May, and Eric Lee. So white's got a pronounced advantage in the center, and two bishops in, you know, long lines aimed at the king. So white's going to be playing tactical attacking chess. This one could end up being a real exciting game. It's starting to shape up that way. How did we get here again? Let's review. Okay, so yeah, it was Ruy Lopez with the g6. So at some point, White's going to want to play a3 to control b4. This is important. We don't want to allow like knight to b4, right? This is what Black would like to do. Knight b4, which unlocks the bishop. The knight's in a attacking location, can try and exchange itself for White's bishop, or cost White time in moving their bishop. And so White's going to want to play a3, but it's not White's move right now. So if you're Black, you don't want to put your queen in the same file as your opponent's. I mean, you could move your queen forward, right? This seems fine. Move the queen forward one square, unify your rooks. That's a possibility. Or move a rook into a semi-open file is another possibility. So those are likely candidates. But White needs to play a3 because so now I'm totally expecting White to play a3 here. Otherwise, some bad things can happen with knight b4. And let's get back to this game. Again, my favorite. I'm going to be spending more time on Maria Malika versus David Berkses. And I had looked at a crazy long line to review. I was saying if EX d5, which is what she played, then I'm expecting David to play knight takes d5, which is good because it unlocks. It creates a bunch of extra squares for two bishops, plus moves the knight. Knights are close range attackers, so it's moving the knight forward. Then White could play a4, and then Black could play b4. But then, when that pawn moves to b4, it opens up the door for knight d to c4. And then Black could play a5, getting this kind of pawn structure. And then White could play bishop e3, attacking, the weaker back pawn. And then you might see, but then this knight, remember the knight that starts it all off, could take on e3. And then White could take back with their pawn. Or their rook. Rook if you want to do some kind of elevator action. Pawn if you want to try and produce another passed pawn. Interesting stuff. Waiting on David Berkses. While we are waiting on David Berkses, we'll go to a... you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to the web browser. And here's Mission 360. Let me show you all of my friends who are doing something important here. So we talked about Mission 360. Let's talk about Bay Area Chess. Bay Area Chess is giving a ton of support to these young Mission 360 guys. You can see Bay Area Chess is the dominant. They're the largest, most active chess affiliate west of the Mississippi, and they are just doing a ton of stuff. If you look at the calendar, there's like multiple tournaments every day, multiple run by this affiliate. They are also a nonprofit and are just doing incredible things. In fact, I'm going to be appearing at one of their tournaments just this coming weekend. If you are in the California area and you want to come say hi, come see me at the Cal Chess Super State Championship K-6, K-8 on Saturday, April 9th and Sunday, April 10th. I will be there both days in person. I will also, I might even stream. Who knows? Maybe I'll stream from the tournament. And Uncle Kev Dog says, found you through the Bay Area Chess Facebook page. Yeah, they are. They are an awesome group. Awesome. Have been for a long time. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Kev Dog, for saying hi. So that's Bay Area Chess. And now let me take you to the Cal Chess page. This is Cal Chess. Cal Chess is the Northern California affiliate. See, California is 2 states when it comes to the United States Chess Federation. We are broken in half, somewhere around Bakersfield. Bakersfield's still considered Northern California. Below Bakersfield, Southern California, if you know the layout. And it's a wonderful, wonderful affiliate. Very, very. I am very active. Have been. I've been a board member with Cal Chess many times, and I may be running for another board position to help out. Mostly, I'm just trying to help organizations like Bay Area Chess and Cal Chess launch back into over-the-board chess after this pandemic era. There I am with Milland Métis, who is a FIDE master now. That was Milland when he was in kindergarten. There I am. I'm the state scholastic coordinator, and I also write the official magazine for Cal Chess. Oh, and this guy here, Tom Leyland, up top, he is the president of Cal Chess, and he is also the FIDE arbiter for the tournament we're watching right now. So I don't know how he does it. He's like, you know, most of those tournaments I just showed you on the other calendar on Bay Area Chess, you run into Tom. You see him all over the place. Busiest, hardest worker in chess. Busiest, hardest worker in chess, and he does a fantastic job. And now let's, you know, I'm giving some shout outs. Let's go to eidfoundation.org. Any of you who are friends of the show, if you subscribe, if you follow, you see the Eid Foundation, you see James Eid on here all the time. He's a terrific guy. He's helping out chess here. He donated to this tournament. I mean, these things are expensive, and James is the kind of guy that if he sees a good cause that's expensive, he'll help with the expenses when it's chess related. So he's helping in this tournament, made a nice donation. But he also is helping in Nicaragua, Colombia, Lebanon, Niger, Zambia, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, and Bhutan. The dude's helping build a chess school in Uganda, Africa. He's helping to build a chess school. Let me show you. Let me see if I can... partners. Nope, that's not the right link. Programs. Let's see. Here's the Arthur Award. There's two people you probably know. Abhimanyu Mishra, youngest grandmaster in the world. He gave some funding to his family to help him become the youngest grandmaster in the world. Let's click on chess file, see what we got there. We were already there. Let's look at videos. Tons of videos. But I was looking, you know, I know there was like a picture of the group in Uganda, and I believe it was Uganda. And I'm trying to find. Here it is, the NorCal Invitational Online Invitational Championship, sponsored by the Eid Foundation. See, he's one of our sponsors. So just a super guy. Go check out the Eid Foundation, eidfoundation.org. And then finally, take a look at my stuff. dailychessmusings.com. I have been running the Chess Musings blog for like 15 years at least. And so there's tons of lessons, and games analyzed, going back pre-Magnus World Championship analyzed, pre-Anand. That's how long I've been doing it. I've been covering World Championships and important events in California for a very, very long time. Um, Here I am at the last Cal Chess. There's James with his books, Chess for Dummies. James Eda is the author of Chess for Dummies. He has a funny joke about that book. Uh, when uh, when kids like at the tournament they say Chess for Dummies, he says, "Yeah, it's for your parents." Ah, it's a funny joke. It always catches the kids. Sandbag X, congratulations. You just won second prize in your section. That is awesome, man. That is awesome. I am so glad you're playing chess. So check out dailychessmusings.com. You will find a whole bunch of neat stuff there. Check out the Chess Musings, Daily Chess Musings Club on chess.com. We got a club with over 2,000 members on chess.com. Check out Daily Chess Musings on YouTube. I've got a couple hundred instructional videos up on YouTube that really break things down in a nice slow. You can pick the subject you want to work on. Anastasia's mate. I show you all the famous examples of Anastasia's mate or Anastasia's mate, depending on how you like to pronounce it. You want to see some games by Gioacchino Greco? I show you some games by Gioacchino, Paul Morphy, and you can do it. They're there freely available on YouTube. You can check them out when you got time. That's fine. All right, so I am going back to our tournament, and hi, here I am sitting here watching along with you guys. David Berksies is taking a long think here. I think that's totally acceptable at this point. Look at all the complicated arrows just from some of my personal musings on the position. I'm not the guy who has to sit there and make sure it all works. These are just ideas, right? If you're playing, you got to make sure it works. You got to be very thorough. Like I said, this is off the beaten path. The Ruy Lopez has been played for all these centuries and studied for all these centuries. And these two players are really off the beaten path here. They are trailblazing. All right. Let's take a look. So we did see a rook e8 here. Oh yeah, this is a draw already. Hello, Chris. Wake up. Like I said, I taught a whole bunch of chess all over the Bay Area. Commuted, and then I got home like a couple minutes after 4, and I jumped right on. Right on. Here's this crazy where Leonid Udison. It's like black's white and white's black. Leonid's ahead by a move, and that was a draw. The very messy pawn structure draw. And then Vyam Vidyarthi, Ming Lu versus Vyam Vidyarthi. And let's see. Vyam plays Queen B6. Makes really good sense developmentally wise because, yeah, you're keeping the bishop, guarding B2, right? So there's a weakness. And also you're targeting D4. And also, don't ever forget, you're on the same diagonal as your opponent's king. So queens like to be placed on lines with your opponent's king. So just a nice move, makes a lot of sense. Again, now this bishop is way more troubled. You can't play b4 because knight takes c3, right? So you can't fix it this way. You cannot move this bishop. So, I mean, put a rook in the open file. Black's got a rook. You better get a rook too. When there's an open file, I was just talking with one of my students about this last week. Melissa, if you're watching the show, hey. I was just talking with Melissa about how open files scream. They scream to your rooks. Your rooks belong in open files. And then to the 7th rank if possible. But first to open files. So rook e1 is screaming right now. Awesome to see so many viewers. This is great. I'm really glad that our channel is growing, and I want to shout out and thank to Arcane Doctrine, one of my viewers. I just started on Twitch not too long ago. and one of my viewers, one of my followers on Twitch, said, "Hey, you probably would get more followers if you put yourself in the chess category," because I had mismarked the category, and oh, thank you, Uncle V Dog. Yeah, I guess that's like the next big thing, right? I haven't really looked at what it takes to be affiliate or whatever, right? I got monetized on the YouTube. Like I said, I'm new to Twitch. I don't know all the lingo. The other day, Arcane Doctrine tells me, "Oh, Chris, your channel got rated," and I'm like, "Uh oh." And then he said, like, look, it's like a good thing. And then I realized there's a different lingo with all the different sites, right? So yeah, I would love to have the channel get rated again. Apparently, probably on YouTube, I wouldn't want to get rated. That might be bad. And it says to become an affiliate, you need Uncle V Dog's helping me out here. Uncle Kev Dog. There we go. Uncle Kev Dog. You need 50 followers. Your viewer count needs to be average above 3, which shouldn't be a problem. Then we can give you money. Cool. Hey. Yeah, people giving money, that's fine. Um, I'm not doing this for the money. I'm doing this because, as I said, I would be looking at this tournament anyways. This is a historic tournament, very, very high level, top notch, strongest happening right now in the United States, as far as I am aware. And it's happening in Northern California. It's put on by two guys who don't even have driver's licenses yet, Eric Lee and Kevin Pan, both FIDE masters. I used to teach Kevin Pan. I'm so insanely proud of these guys, what they've accomplished. Honestly, doing this tournament is much more exceptional than being a FIDE master at age 13 or 14, which they've also done. I mean, running a tournament where you have players. I mean, in the last one, they just did one last week, and they're going to do one in a few days. It's insane. So the reason they're stacking them like this is because then players like Leonid Udison can just hang out in the Bay Area for a month. Some of the foreign players. But yeah, I'd be watching this anyways. So as long as I'm watching and studying these games anyways, I'm a huge chess fan, big chess nerd. As long as I'd be doing this anyways, because I'm the editor of the Cal Chess Journal, then I might as well broadcast on the channel. That's what I figure. And maybe help Mission 360, this young nonprofit, get some more funding, so they can continue what they're doing. So impressive what they're doing. All right. So now that I've talked about all of that, let's see what's happening in the games. Why? Oh, that's my OBS screen. There's my chess.com. So A3 was played, as predicted, stops knight b4, right? It was an important move. You don't really want to spend a lot of tempi on little pawn moves like this, but here it's important. So with this controlled, then it creates maybe some more light square weakness. So in these kind of situations, you might see a knight do a double jump, go to the rim to get back to c4. Again, moving this knight out of the way creates more scope for the bishop on b7, and c4 looks like the spot you want to go to. And white doesn't want to play b3 to try and stop that, because then they're creating a bunch of weakness this way, and then this bishop could surprise you and get a rook. So you don't want to move that pawn forward if you can at all help it. So these are typical ideas. Some days I'm a little better with my explanations. Today I seem a little more haphazard. I think just because I did like 4 or 5 hours of chess teaching and commuting, so my brain just feels a little haphazard. Again, screaming There's an open file. This is an open file. So this rook should move over very, very soon. Open files are screaming for rook's attentions. So back here, crazy pawn structure, draw. Okay. Back here, draw. Back here, David's using a lot of time. Maria Malika has David falling. Now remember, there's no extra time for move 20, move 30, move 40. No, 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 no. This is all the time David's ever going to have in this game. On the clock right now. And it's ticking away. Ticking away like crazy. Now he gets 30-second increment. But man, this time is ticking away. Let me turn the tourney slideshow on so you guys can see what these players look like. I know what most of them look like. I've watched them grow up over the years. But maybe you don't. It's kind of neat. I really like that slideshow. Thanks to my wife for putting that together for me. And let's see. I think I could use more beverage. I'm going to ask one of the other members of my house. Let's give my daughter a call. I need more beverage, for sure. In fact, I'll text them. That's easier. If you see me at chess tournaments, you'll see you'll meet my family too. I have a wife I've been with for a long time now. I'm in my 40s, and I've got 3 kids. One's a 13-year-old, soon to be 14, Rosalea. Then I've got my 4th grader, Liliana, and then my little dude, Leonis Maximus. And he's like 5, so he just loves dinosaurs and Spider-Man and Super Mario Brothers. He loves playing classic Nintendo with me. So I've been having just a bunch of fun with Leo playing Super Mario Brothers 3 until it gets a little too difficult and he gets frustrated, and then we gotta turn it off. 'Cause, yeah. But Super Mario Brothers 3, what an incredible game. That is, for any of you gamers out there, I'm sure you understand why. Bubble water, please. You know that lacrosse stuff? That's really good. Bubble water. I'm so thirsty. Like I said, it was in the car. Okay, so we see the line. David gets going with what we were, and now what I'm expecting. Now here's the move that I'm expecting. Boom, A4, just like we see in a lot of Ruy Lopez, and then then I'm expecting B4 as a response, so as not to give this rook all that extra scope, open things up, lose this bishop, right? I mean, A4, bishop can't, pawn can't take because you lose on B7. Oops, look at all these crazy arrows I'm drawing. So A4, then you gotta play B4. It seems like the right choice. Certainly not BXA4, because then you lose the bishop on B7, and then but once this pawns move forward, it opens the door for this knight, right? There we go with the knight moving forward again, supporting the other knight. Very nice. And then black could push forward again to A5, and then they've got this wedge formation here with the extra support of the bishop. And then I kind of like black's position. I kind of like black's position after all this is said and done. I think I would be more comfortable playing as black. I'm not saying black would be winning, but it seems like a position that would be easier to play from the black side. And who is that? That's Rosalea. Hi, Rosalea. Thank you. There is a cute puppy right there. Lola's been hanging out watching. And I got LaCroix Lime. It's good stuff. Good stuff on a hot summer day. Yeah, this Maria Malika versus David Berkses. As I said, Maria's from Poland, David's from Hungary. So these could have played much closer. They didn't have to travel so far to play each other, but I'm glad they did. Yeah, I know. We got 18 viewers. That's awesome, huh? I mean, this is like record-breaking stuff, and it's all thanks to you, Arcane Doctrine, for telling me, "Hey, Chris, you weirdo, you put yourself in the wrong category. You should be in chess." I appreciate it. Of course, you said it much nicer, but I really appreciate the help. It's more fun when you got people to talk to chat with. Ha! They better be chatting, or we will ban them. Ha! You know, lurkers. It's you know, if you're just here to lurk, that's fine too. A lot of my internet activity, I'm just a lurker. Because it's so easy for arguments to start on the internet, in dramas, right? And man, after a long day of chess, that's all I need, right? If I want drama, I'll see why my kids are having an argument. I have plenty of drama just with the kids arguing with each other. I don't need to have any internet drama. Lurking's fun. But chatting's great too. Chess drama is worse drama, and chess players are particularly prickly. I don't want to get into any politics or talk about any of the drama. Oh, did something unexpected just happen? I think so. I think so. Let me find my. All right, so I was expecting Maria to play a4 because b5 is pinned, right? And instead she plays knight to e4. So what does that change? What does that change? Let me think about it and let you know. Let's see. So both knights are getting closer to black's king. That's good for white. Nothing's happened with this bishop yet. Soon something needs to. Might we be seeing bishop e3 in the near future? Possibly, but remember that if she does that, then the knight is free to trade for the bishop. And with things fairly open, you know, endgame with two bishops versus two knights would definitely favor black. Although right now, white has 4 pawns on the queen side versus 3. So 4 minus 3 is a potential pass pawn, outside pass pawn. These are all like, you know, considerations. Looking at the checks, captures, threats. Must always look at the checks, captures, threats. Anybody who is a fan of what I do knows I am not naturally gifted enough to play great chess just all the time, like, you know, and just spot the great moves. I have to go through and just hard calculate the checks, captures, and threats, and then I can play pretty good chess. But no, it's an arduous process. There are some people that are just super gifted. I am not one of those. But in a way, I think that helps me be a better teacher because I can explain. You know, the more of the thought process because it's not coming so naturally. So I'm hardcore doing the checks, captures, threats right now, and I'm also, you know, intrigued. Again, David is down to 30 minutes time, That's not very much for the amount of complexities left in this position. He's not in trouble yet, but it's starting to get a little uncomfortable. This is a fascinating position. Fascinating. You know, we talk about how the Ruy Lopez has been played and played and played, and how, you know, hundreds of thousands of games. If I opened up my correspondence databases and things, I could find all these heavily analyzed positions. Um, I think though, I think if I'm David, I'm gonna, yeah, you really got to analyze it very clearly. But I think Queen C7 unifies your rooks, threatens a knight, and just makes a profound amount of sense. Gives more support to C5 as well. Gives more defense to E7. Yeah, yeah. Have you know the fact that I really have to think my way through things and just and also, you know, I grew up chess wise on the Chernev books. Irving Chernev, Logical Chess Move by Move. James Eads, Chess for Dummies. Um, these books helped me as a chess teacher and chess player. And it really gets into you want to look at the pluses and minuses of every move. Every move in chess has a positive and a negative, with the exception of checkmate. If there's a checkmate, there's no negative. You just win the game. But everything else, it's like a balancing act, and it's just such a fascinating and wonderful game. So Queen C7, and then D4 would probably be White's move. It gets a center pawn and supports the knight, right? Right. So you know that makes sense. And then if you're black, it's like, okay, there's an open E file, so probably rook f to E8. Again, open files are screaming for rook. You could invert these two moves, by the way. Rook E8 and Queen C7. I mean, you could play rook E8 first if you wanted. I don't see any reason why not to. And then how, you know, then we're faced with this decision. What is White going to do with that bishop? What is White going to do with that bishop? And sadly, I think the answer is just simply bishop d2, because, yeah, you don't want to go into an endgame with two bishops versus two knights. You don't want to go down that path. Um, Black's minor pieces would be able to outmaneuver White's minor pieces and target pawns faster on of any color, and the probabilities of these kinds of things show that it tends to favor the side with the two bishops. So then, unfortunately, bishop d2 is probably the best you can do with the white bishop for the time being. But it unifies the rooks, and then white has a center pawn. Black's rooks would also be unified. Okay, so there's queen c7. So now white pretty much needs to just play d4. And then, so after d4, then rook f e8, and then bishop d2. And both sides are just, you know, getting their pieces to where they need to be. This bishop just isn't terribly useful. But, you know, white has two good knights. They're close to, they've moved across the board closer to the opponent's king. White's queen, let's not forget, is on the same diagonal as her opponent's king, so that could end up being useful. And the two rooks will negate each other in the e-file. So as soon as white plays d4, black plays rook e8, then the two rooks counter each other out. Right now, it's, you know, a favor to white, in favor of white, because they have the open file. And then it's just kind of looking very, very equal, but interesting. Let's see. Okay, so when we last visited this position, let me, all right, so a3 to stop the knight b4 we talked about. Bishop c2. The queen comes out, gluing the bishop to b2, right? This bishop is now stuck. But white says, so be it. You know, it's on a diagonal that could aid in the attack anyways. It's aimed over there. And now I've got threat of checkmate in 2 that you need to deal with. So rather than scoot a pawn forward, which always creates weakness. When you scoot a pawn forward, you always create weaknesses behind it. Rather than scoot a pawn forward, it's a little dangerous to create these kind of weaknesses when white's got their bishops aimed over there, right? So rather than do that, black uses a knight to stop the checkmate. The downside of using a knight to stop the checkmate is now this knight is glued to h7. And so that knight is purely defensive. White plays knight e5, getting a close range attacker. Look, building the pressure. Remember I mentioned how the bishops were kind of, white had 2 pawns in the center, so they could open the doorway whenever they wanted. Let's go back. Was this the one with the, this wasn't the one with the 2 pawns in the center. What are you talking about, Chris? All right. This was not the one with the 2 pawns. That's what I thought. What are you talking about? All right. But now the knight's closer. This knight is stuck. So this knight's much better than its counterpart there. This knight could trade itself for that one anytime it wants. Black's knight is a little superior to white's knight on c3 for sure. White's bishops, white's queen is better than black's queen. Just by a little, though. Just by a little. The bishop on c2 is excellent. But the bishop on c1 is just stuck. So both sides have one piece that's just stuck. Knight f8, bishop c1. So those two counteract each other. But guess what? Black has access to their rooks. White does not. White's rooks are not unified. But white has a center pawn. Black does not. All in all, I think I probably favor black a little bit here. And the reason is, yes, they're stuck defending against the checkmate, but I like that they have access to their rooks, and white's rooks are disorganized. It's very close. It's very, very close. So in terms of the big factors in chess, the big factors are king safety. Here's the only ways you can win a chess game. King safety. White's king's safer than black's king. So white's winning in king safety. Then you have material. We are dead even in material, are we not? We are dead even in material. Then you have time. Who's done more? I would say black is ahead in time. They have access to both their rooks. They've unified their rooks. White has not. Space. Who's got more space? White has more space. Time, space, force. Who's got more force? Right now, White's got more force. White's pieces are actually teaming up and attacking well. Black's pieces, not so much yet. I mean, their queen's doing a good job, right? But nobody's helping. It's not working together. Time, space, force, and pawn structure. Black is ahead in pawn structure. White has an isolated queen's pawn. Those are the only advantages in chess. Again, king safety, material, time, space, force, and pawn structure. That's how we break down these kinds of positions. Let us move over. Yeah, Arcane Doctrine is, if you're enjoying the show right now, thank Arcane Doctrine. He's in the chat. He's the guy who said, hey, Chris, you got to put yourself in the chess category, man. You have to do that. Otherwise, people aren't going to find you. He was absolutely right. Okay, so here's the position that I was getting mixed up with a moment ago. All right, so White has the two pawns. They control the doorway, right? The two center pawns, they control the center. They control the doorway. They can open the door for the bishops, but if they do, they're also opening the door for Black's bishops. And Black's bishops, wow, the two longest diagonals on the chessboard are covered by Black's bishops right now. So, and this structure is very solid. This fianchetto structure is very solid to try and break against. Oftentimes, if you're going to be successful in attacking it, you need to advance a pawn to try and break that up, or White would need to try and trade this bishop for that bishop, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. Or maybe I shouldn't say that, because immediately, now that I think about it, White could play bishop g5, threatening the queen. Once the bishop's out there in g5, then the queen could go to d2, stacking, and then you have potential to get bishop h6, trading the dark square bishop. If you can get rid of the fianchettoed bishop, then you've created a big dark square weakness problem around your opponent's king. Right now, there are no dark square weaknesses because they've got a bishop there. There are no light squared weaknesses because they've got two pawns protecting the pawn in front. So it's a very solid, defense. So if you want to create a hole in it, then bishop g5. Queen's got to move. This is interesting. Where does the queen go? You don't want to scoot a pawn forward, by the way. That would be bad. You don't want to let them get a pin. That would be bad. So probably queen c8. And then, as I said, then you could play queen d2. But then there's the problem of knight c4. Remember we talked about the knight going to a5 to come back to c4? Yeah. That's a problem. Then it's attacking your queen. So here's what I'm thinking. Ladies and gentlemen. White probably wants to develop with a threat. Bring the bishop out, threaten Black's queen. Black's queen probably scoots to the side, where perhaps at some point it can even, get into an open file by way of c5, playing c5, trying to exchange pawns there. But more to the point, yeah, I think c5 will get played very soon. Very, very soon. So bishop g5, queen c8. White could try queen d2, but then that's not so great because of knight c4. So you kind of have to do something about knight c4. Is that thing you got to do about knight c4 really b3? Because that creates this kind of big problem here. Potentially a big problem here. Not so simple at all. Not so simple. The more I look at it, the more questions I have. So bishop g5 looks good at first glance, but then the queen just steps aside. Then you play b3 to try and stop the knight from going to c4. But then black plays c5. And that's a big problem. And that's a big problem. So whose turn is it? Let's see. It is Austin May's turn. I can pretty much guarantee you he's thinking about this right now. If I develop with a threat, what happens if they just move their queen instead of blocking with the knight? What happens then? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Then I gotta stop this knight from going to c4. And the only good way to do that is playing b3, but that means my rook's exposed. And with the queen on c8, then c5 can get pushed. And then things get troubling. Man, bishop g5 just seems like the move that I would play right away. Like right away. If I was playing, speed chess, develop with threats, right? We're told to develop with threats. Bring out a new piece, attack something else. But as it turns out, it's not. This is an interesting position because of the queen c8. There we go, bishop g5. So if queen c8 is played, I think things could get a little interesting here. I mean, you gotta like white's position. You gotta like white's position. They're controlling. They got two center pawns, so they're exerting control on those four squares, just with those two pawns, right? That's a lot of control on black's side of the board. You gotta like that. You like that the bishop gets out, and it's gonna probably cost black time if they move the queen. You like that this gives you the opportunity to set up a battery to try and dislodge that bishop on g7. But what you don't like is this. You do not like that threat. What you don't like is these guys and this. So black's got a lot of possibilities here, and it makes me a little nervous. Makes me a little nervous. If I was white, I'd be a little nervous right now. "18 viewers strong." Wow. Awesome. Awesome. This is happening live in San Jose, California, as we speak. Live in San Jose, California. I drove through San Jose today. I was teaching in Los Altos, Menlo Park. I had to drive through San Jose on my way back. San Jose, Fremont, all this stuff. If you know your way around Northern California, you know the kind of drive I had to do. Unfortunately, when I was driving back, I was driving back, and it was like 2:30. So none of the players would have been at the site then, see? Because they had a 10 a.m. round and a 4 p.m. round. So I could have stopped by the site to go and say hi to some of the Hungarian players, right, that I haven't met. But unfortunately, I'm sure they wouldn't have been there. And I got home, like I said, just in time. It was like a 2-hour drive home because there was some traffic, and I got home just in time to jump on and do a broadcast. Like I said, I'd be watching these games anyways. I'd be doing this anyways. So it's just more fun to do it and be able to chat. I'm starting to like Twitch, by the way. I'm starting to like it because you get to chat with your view. Queen b8. So here I was all this time thinking, queen. How does this change though? How does this change anything? The difference between queen c8 and queen b8 may seem small right now, but I wonder. Eric, I can talk to him about this sometime. Like I said, he's local. I want to sit down and have a chat with Eric. He's waiting to be featured in the Cal Chess Journal until after he gets his International Master title. Think about that. This guy is goal oriented. He's 14 years old. Part organizer of this tournament. And right now, plain black chose queen b8. So again, I'm still thinking white's going to play b3. And then maybe we see c5 anyways. And then maybe we see it, c5 anyways. And then things are going to get very exciting in this game. Very, very exciting. This is, fun stuff. Fun stuff. This bishop is, and this rook, yeah, this dynamic here. It's going to be fun. I mean, can you allow the knight to go to c4? I don't think you should. I really don't think you should. I think you should play b3. Maybe b3 and then you do something with your rook right away, right? Maybe b3 and then you move your rook. That seems like a simple solution to this big problem I've been talking about for like 15 minutes. Play b3, then maybe play rook to c1 or rook to b1, by the way, because rook to b1 would be putting your rook in the same file as your opponent's queen, which is usually a good thing. Rook to c1 is putting your rook in a long semi-open file, which is usually a good thing. And we are back up to 34 viewers. Wow, this is amazing. So much fun. I'm glad I made it home just in time. I'm glad I made it home just in time to do this. By the way, let me look at the tournament schedule, and I'll tell you what I'm planning. All right, let me. So let's go to the web browser. Web browser mode. All right, and let's see. Let's look at the schedule. Here's the results, opening ceremony, round 1. Let's see. We are Sunday, April 3rd, correct? I'm losing track, losing my mind. We're in the 4 p.m. round 5 round. So round 6 is Monday at 10 a.m. I don't think I got anything going at 10 a.m. on Monday morning. Usually that's my, I'm asleep. My kids are in school. I'm a dad. I get to sleep. So sure, I'll wake myself up. Be here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. No problem, but I may have a conflict, a lesson conflict. But I bet you I can fix that. So I'm looking at my schedule. I think I can do Monday both rounds. And yeah, so if you want to come hang out at any point and see some exciting chess, I think I can do both rounds tomorrow. That's a long day, but I'd be following the action anyways. Broadcasting live about it, that's kind of fun because then you can maybe catch me spouting nonsense, right? Maybe you can catch me spouting some nonsense. And yeah, I make miscalculations and spout nonsense. Let's see. I think I was going to do something else while I was in web browser mode, but I don't know. All right. So back to Tourney slideshow. Back to the chessboards. We're expecting pawn to b3, which stops knight c4. That's what we're expecting. And then we would be expecting c5 immediately in return. And then white wants to get their rook off a1. ASAP. ASAP. let's check all our boards. Remind myself what we're doing. Here's Ming Lu and Vyam Vidyarthi. This is a fun, interesting instructional position because it's like yeah, you got all this power right lined up, but Vyam defended by not creating a weakness, by not scooting a pawn forward. But that glues the knight in place. It means the knight has to stay there. Whereas moving the pawn forward would mean he could use the knight for other things. So there's that plus and minuses to all these things. But as long as White's bishop is stuck here, then certainly his knight can be stuck there. Those two even out. Meanwhile, as long as White's bishop is stuck on c1, it means their rooks can't go every place they want to and can't be connected, can't be coordinated. Whereas Black's rooks are nicely positioned already. One's in an open file, and one's in the same file as his opponent's queen. So I like the way Vyam Vidyarthi chose to use the knight instead of scooting the pawn forward to deal with the checkmate. Because the knight, why, here we go with the arrows again. Oh no. Sometimes I go to erase an arrow and I draw. Wow, look at all this. There we go. Took me a little while to undo. There needs to be like a button that just says erase all arrows now. That would save me a lot of time. So what I'm saying is, as long as if the two pieces are both stuck where they're at, playing defensive roles in the back row, I like that Black's rooks are unified and actively positioned, whereas White's rooks are now disconnected because of this bishop on c1. So this is worked out nicely for Black, in my opinion. And then, of course, the main deciding factor will be, will Black be able to win the isolated queen's pawn? If Black can stop White's attack on the king side and then win this d4 pawn, then Black's in a looking good, because they've had access to their rooks and White does not. So f4 is what? Threatening f5? Is that what he's thinking? Since the bishop can't come out anyways, right? All right, I see what you did there. But my question is then, if well, you played f4. What if Black plays f6? Then this knight has to go somewhere. Then it's moving backwards. Then Black gets the initiative and is moving White backwards. And having access to all the pieces and then pushing White backwards, this could be troubling. And now White's dark bishop can't move out, even if you take care of this problem on b2. It's blocked by its own pawn. So again, I'm starting to like Black's position. I'm starting to like Black's position. Black has the ability to use all their pieces. White does not. The rooks are not coordinated well. All right, so Vyam Vidyarthi, looking pretty good. My prediction is f6. This was a silly draw. And then rook goes to e8. Oh yeah, this was a draw. And then, oh, here we are back at Maria Malika versus David Berkses. And this was a fun game. But things haven't gone the way I predicted, right? I saw a totally different possibility here. So it was like right about here, right? I expected the knight takes, which did happen. But then Maria did not play the a4, taking advantage that the b5 pawn is pinned. Instead, she played knight to e4. Which, yeah, both knights are moving closer to the opponent's king. But now black's rooks are unified. White gets the center pawn, defending. And black gets a rook in the open file, counteracting white's rook. It's even better than white's rook because it's unified with its friend. Whereas white's rook is undefended currently. So bishop d2. As I said, there's no better spot for this bishop, unfortunately, for white. Because if you go to e3, then knight's going to take it. And it can't go anywhere else. And you need your rooks unified. And then bishop f8. So what? Black wants their rook to have more scope. Wants the rook to have more scope on this file. So moving the bishop back. What to do if you're Maria? Are you gonna put a rook in the same file as your opponent's queen? It's also worth noting that, you know, black has this potential to play pawn c4, and that's also concerning me a little bit. But it does give white a passed pawn. So you get initiative, but you give white the passed pawn. I really have to think about this. I really got to think about this one heavy. Heavy thought time. If you have thoughts, you know, don't be afraid to, you know, type them in chat or what have you. First things first, we got to analyze all the checks, captures, and threats. It's a tough process. It's a tough process, but somebody's got to do it, right? It could be, you know, it could be a4 is still just your best plan for white. I mean, you can always play a move like h3 or something like this, but you know, a4 might still be just the best plan because potentially you're opening up your queen. You know, creating way more space for your queen, right? More scope for your queen, and also you're potentially opening up a file for your rook on a1, and your rook on a1 is not doing anything. So it no longer has this pin idea. You know, the a4 is no longer involved in the pin because the bishop on b7 is defended by the queen on c7. But a4, yeah. I think Maria's going to play a4. Makes sense. It would increase the scope of the rook and potentially the queen. It's a way of making your pieces see more squares. You want your pieces to see more squares. You also want your pieces to see more important squares, and that is a whole nother conversation when we start talking about the difference in importance in squares. But on you know, the most basic level, if your pieces are seeing more squares, then if your pieces are seeing more squares, then there's a higher probability that they're also seeing more of the important squares. All right, so that's from round 4. Draw. So Round 5, Maria Malika versus David Berkses. Still ongoing. Board 1. Board 2, Michael Lee versus Gabor Nagy, draw. Fast draw. Board 3, Josiah Stearman versus Leonid Udison, fast draw. Board 4, Ming Lu versus Vyam Vidyarthi. Going in of great interest. Black has played f6. And I just like white's position better. I'm sorry, black's position better. I just like black's position better. This is good. That pawn is pinned and weak. So that's excellent. This is good. Rook in the same file as your opponent's queen. Rook in an open file. The fact that these rooks are connected, that's good. All these things are good. When you look at white's position, they had like a very basic attacking setup, and the basic attack was easy enough to deal with. Here we go again with the screwy arrows. Easy enough to deal with. In fact, black had two options. He could have scooted a pawn forward back in the day to stop the threat of checkmate, but he chose to use a knight because white also had a minor piece stuck in the back rank on guard duty. But unlike white's bishop, black's knight wasn't interfering with the rooks. They were coordinated. And now black's getting the initiative. The initiative is when you're pushing your opponent around. You're the one dictating to them that they should move. Knight goes back to f3. Black has forced white back. Now what's going to happen? How do you improve upon where you're at? Well, one thing you don't want to do is something silly like knight g6, because then there's this f5 fork, right? Knight g6 may look like a reasonable move because it blocks the checkmate, right? Physically blocks it, moves the knight closer, but you fall victim to a silly fork, so you wouldn't want to do that. The f-pawn can move forward. So what else might black do? Well, you can get these bishops out of the way, so your rook sees the whole file. That's easy enough to do, right? Here I go again with these arrows. Dang it. Yeah, you can get the bishops out of the way, so your rook sees the whole file. And then potentially even stack your rooks in the e file. I mean, this rook's okay right now. It's in the same file as white's queen, but yeah, you could potentially even stack your rooks in the open file. And then exchange knights so your stacked rook can get to the 7th rank. Yeah. This is kind of an easy equation for winning games. Control an open file, force your rook to the 7th, which is in terms of your own perspective. So if you're black, that means the 2nd rank, and then win the game. A rook to the 7th is usually worth even a pawn in material. Like you can sack a pawn to get a rook to the 7th. Sometimes two, but almost always one. So make it so this rook becomes a superstar. With the bishop on f7, it has potential to go to g6, right? Check that out, guys. Bishop f7, bishop g6. That's annoying. Then if white plays f5, they've blocked off their own path of attack, right? They've blocked off their own battery. So I'm expecting something like this from Viam. And we're going to start seeing, I think, black just looking better because black's pieces are coordinated. Black has more force. Black's taking the advantage in force very soon. White, remember, had the advantage in force. But very soon black's going to take that advantage. Let's look at some other. Here's Eric Lee and Austin May. Eric Lee, Austin May. What have we missed? Queen f4? Oh, so, okay, all right. So, check it out. Here's what we were talking about. Forming the battery to go after to create that hole, right? This is what we were talking about a long time ago. And then the knight c4 was the reason you couldn't do that. So he never played b3. And then queen f4. Okay. So when it came down to it, Austin May decided that it was better not to create those extra weaknesses on this diagonal for that bishop to capitalize on, and instead let the knight go to c4. So now, yeah, black seems very safe right now, but you have to start worrying just a little bit. Because this knight could certainly come up here, and then white would have 1, 2, 3, 4, and a potential 5th attacker for dealing with that structure, and that gets a little dangerous. So I wonder what we're going to see next. And take a look. Let's look at the clocks. So 38 minutes, 29 minutes. So this is like, we're getting into the realm of rapid chess. We're leaving the classical flow of things and getting more into look at David Birksey's clock. 9 minutes. He's under 10. Under 10 minutes. Time is a factor. Not time meaning who's done more good things on the board like we speak of in chess, but like actual physical time. The amount of time left on your clocks. Viam's got 43, Ming Lu's got 24. These are real time situations. And 38, 28. Both these players seem to be managing their time really well. All right, speaking of time, I'm gonna take a little break. Gonna run some ads. I'll be back in about 6 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Things are heating up. There's B3 was just played. So before I go, B3 basically is saying go back to A5. Go on, go back to A5. But again, this is dangerous, right? This rook needs to do something. Needs to move, get off that A1, because this is very dangerous with this tension here and this like this. This is very dangerous. So he plays B3. I thought he was just decided that playing B3 was too dangerous and just allowing the knight to have the outpost, but actually he allowed the knight there, played b3, and then now is saying goodbye. So it's a time gaining mechanism. He's gained the initiative. I don't think the black knight has anywhere else to go. I think it has to go back to a5. Unless I'm hallucinating, I believe it has to go back to a5. All right, I'm going to take that 6-minute break. I'm going to run some commercials. Check out all the fun stuff that's in the commercials. You'll see stuff about daily chess musings. And you'll also see stuff about the Eid Foundation and our supporters. All right. See ya in like 6 minutes. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them but I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. And I am back. Let's see. Whoops. Ha! Let's bang the camera and the monitor. No, we are not having an earthquake. Thank goodness. Let me see what's been happening with our game since I was last here. Indeed, we did see the knight to g3. And okay, so we saw Austin was able to get rid of that bishop, create that dark squared weaknesses, and then bring the knight. So this is precisely kind of the what he wants to be doing. And I have to think for a moment before I make a prediction for Black's move. I must think for a while before I make a prediction. Tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. All right. Let's get my brain back in gear chess-wise. This is very high-level chess. I'm starting to think that Queen B8 wasn't as good as the Queen C8 idea. Because White wouldn't have been able to just leave this bishop just sitting there. They would have had to have used tempo or leave the queen further back to defend against that. So I'm thinking Queen B8 may not have been as accurate as Queen to C8. This looks like it's going to fall. Not much you can do about that. I'm starting to like Austin May's position here. Starting to like Austin May's position. And my brain's not quite yeah, I'm going to come back to this, I'm thinking. I would be thinking like Eric is right now. Queen D8. So just realizing you can't do anything about D4. So knight's going to take on D4. And he is up one pawn, so he's giving it back. Queen D8 also signals probably that Queen F6 is what he's planning, and then hoping for an exchange of queens. And he should be okay in this endgame if that happens. So yeah, I think the queen coming back to D8 is signaling Queen F6. I'm thinking knight takes D4 is very, very likely, because there's really no reason I see not to take there right now. Okay, and Ming Lu versus Vyam Vidyarthi. I don't know much about Ming. I need to find out more about that player. I do know Vyam. I've seen him in action at scholastic tournaments and such. So what happened since we were last here? All right. So yeah, White had to. Wait. So, hang on. A lot has happened. All right. So I was suggesting, before we went to break, that to me, Black moving their bishops like this gives the rook more scope, and then the bishop can go from f7 to g6, forcing an f5, which then blocks off the queen, blocks off its own queen, right? So you lose just a teeny bit of time, but you block off their queen. Their attack is done for the foreseeable future, unless they want to start playing g4 stuff, which is very risky. So that's what I was thinking. Bishop d6 was played, so there's one of those two. f5 was played right now. And yeah, that grabs space, but it takes away the threat, meaning this knight can now, it's free to move around the cabin. The seatbelt sign is off. Bishop goes to f7 anyways. Okay. Now this is interesting, because if the queen takes now, on b2, what is being said is then this rook can come, threaten the queen, and then white can get a rook in the 7th rank. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to take. So this bishop was free to move out. Knight f4. The knight moves closer. In fact, indeed, within checking distance is what I call this. This is checking distance from white's king. Knights are close range attackers. They want to move close. So it's within checking distance while attacking the queen. So you either move your queen or you lose tempo. But where would you move your queen to anyways? The queen has nowhere to go. Can't go here, here, or here. And can't go there, there, or there. So white is forced, if I'm seeing this correctly, and it's been a long day, white is forced to get rid of the bishop pair. So boom, there goes their bishop pair for the endgame. Black still has the bishop pair for the endgame. White has an isolated pawn, black does not. So black has 2 endgame advantages now. 2 endgame advantages. The bishop pair and the better pawn structure. Knight on the rim are grim, but here it's not planning on staying there very long, I don't think. It's attacking the queen. This queen's going to go to c7, so it coordinates with the bishop, right? You want your pieces coordinated. So then the queen and bishop would be coordinated, the 2 rooks would be coordinated, right? Black's pieces are starting to look quite organized. So I'm very certain that we're going to see queen c7. And then white can finally use their rook that they haven't touched this entire game, right? The rook on it. We are on move 22, and it's taking to this point for white to be able to touch all their pieces. So we're probably going to see this and this. And then rook a to e1. All this looks very, very easy to predict at this point, to be perfectly honest. And then, you know, like I said, black's knight is free to move around the cabin. The seatbelt sign is off, so we should be seeing that soon too. So expect this and this to be involved in the game very soon. But this knight's just sitting out there on the rim, right? That's not a good spot for the knight. White's got an isolated pawn. Well, beginner players, I'm glad you're asking for help. Go check out dailychessmusings.com. Go look at the video libraries on dailychessmusings.com. And you will find a ton of free, if you like written lessons, there's tons of written lessons there. If you like video lessons, there's thousands of written lessons and hundreds of video lessons available absolutely free of charge. It'll help you with all aspects of the game. Chess is a crazy game. Yeah, go check out, if you want to go like directly there, you could also go to YouTube. Check out Daily Chess Musings on YouTube. We've got, in fact, yeah, go do that, because I think I'm at like 1,990 subscribers. I fell back under 2,000. So if you wanna go be 1991, go for it. Get me back over 2,000. I felt good being over 2,000. Then you know how it is. It kind of goes up and down a little bit. I was hoping, branching out now to Twitch, that I can grow everything. I've been stuck at the 2,000 level for a little bit because I got my fans, but I'm not really meeting enough new, bringing in new fans. I've got my my serious people that are constantly, and a lot of them are part of the community and interacting with me in many different aspects. The Daily Chess Musings is more than a website. It's more than a blog, more than a a Twitch channel. It is a community. We have a club on chess.com, the Daily Chess Musings Club. You can go join it. I do pop-up events on there. I will play in those events as well. We do a whole bunch of fun things. So check it out. Hey, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good ratings. Those are pretty good ratings. If you're getting stuck, if you reach a plateau in chess, couple quick tips. First of all, sometimes taking a break is really useful. Another big tip. If you hit a plateau, find a good coach who will help you. Another big tip. If you hit a plateau, play some different openings for a while. And then come back to your favorite openings afterwards. Because you'll learn more patterns. You'll learn new things. You'll force your brain to think instead of just repeating what you already know. You'll force yourself to think earlier in the game of chess about other aspects. You know, key squares, different key squares, diagonals, all this kind of... it forces you into uncomfortable situations, and doing that is going to make you a better, stronger chess player. So yeah, go first thing you do, and it's gonna kill your rating at first. So you know, don't do it in like rated tournaments. Do it in fun games on online. You know, play Blitz online, and force yourself to play openings that you wouldn't play. If you like the London, try playing the King's Indian attack, or try. If you like the Sicilian, try playing the French defense. I mean, just force yourself out of your comfort zone. And give this channel a follow. Let's get our followers up. We've got 121 viewers right now and only 35 followers. It's a new channel. You are watching live coverage from Northern California's. Yeah, it's really the strongest tournament happening in the United States right now. We're watching a Grandmaster International Norm tournament put together by two young men, Kevin Pan and Eric Lee, who are both FIDE masters. They're too young to drive. And you are watching live. It is 6:35 p.m. here in California. These guys, this round started at 4 p.m. and it started on time. All right, so the knight, as I said, was free to move. There's no longer a threat of checkmate because, check it out. White put their pawn on f5. It takes away all the threat of checkmate there. So this is now not useful for white at all. We might see this bishop move over here to try and exchange for that one now. Oh my goodness! They cannot hear me, ladies and gentlemen. They cannot hear me. That scared me though, because it almost sounded like, hey, do this, and then yeah. All right. That's a draw. Maria Malika versus David Berkses. Oh my goodness! David Berkses' clock. Look at it. He's down under a minute. Grandmaster David Berkses is under 1 minute. And remember, he's from Hungary, so my goodness, the time zone change and all this stuff. It's 6:37 California time. It'd be what, in the middle of the night? Morning in Hungary. I think it would be in the morning. This is tough. He's 30 seconds. David, you gotta play chess. You gotta play chess. Just start. Just make a move. Exchange. 15. I have no reason to believe that this is not accurate clock. Okay, so he goes with the suggested move. Is Maria going to take with her queen and say check? No, because that would leave an isolated pawn, right? So she's going to take and regroup her pawns. So she doesn't have 3-pawn islands. She only has 2 groups of pawns. Much better, right? She's going to do that. And then here's what David's going to do. He's going to threaten checkmate. And then Maria needs to deal with checkmate. And you don't deal with it by knight e3, because then rook takes e3. And then checkmate happens. But Maria's not going to do that. She's going to play pawn to f3. So this is what's going to happen. I'm here to explain it, predict it. Yeah, Maria wants to get her pawn structure better. David's going to play queen c6. But you know what? I would not want to be in David's shoes right now. I would not want to be. And Maria, this is... You know, when you are winning, pay attention to what she's doing right now. She is making sure she is playing the best chess. When you're winning big time on the clock like this, don't try and outspeed your opponent. That's when you're going to make critical mistakes and lose. No. You play strong moves. It makes them think longer. Makes them think harder. Puts more pressure on them. So even though that looked like a guarantee she was going to do that, she still took her time and was calculating out. David is under 30 seconds again. He's living on the increment, ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting chess at its finest. Six seconds. Play queen c6. Oh, he trades rooks first. Okay. All right, so he trades rooks. That actually hurts his attacking chances, right? The more material you get off the board, the less attack you have. 19 seconds. Play queen c6, threaten checkmate. Now he doesn't have this trick anymore. Remember a moment ago, there's the queen c6. If she defends with knight e3, rook takes knight. He doesn't have that tactic anymore. Not that she was going to fall for it. So queen c6, f3. Rook to c8. Pinning the c3. Pinning the c3. Pawn. Is he thinking about queen takes d4? Pawn takes d4 and then rook takes the 7th rank? Oh man, this is intense. I have every reason now to believe that David Berksey's clock is accurate because we've seen it get down to about 5 seconds and then he makes a move. Maria Malika versus David Berksey's. FIDE Master from Poland versus Grandmaster from Hungary. And let's see. Thanks for the follows. I see a whole bunch of people are following. This is awesome. Beginner players, Ernesto Gonzalez, Nara, KM Golf 1. Whoa! Up to 38. What is going on? 954 viewers? Seriously? I've never had so many. This is terribly exciting. This is live chess from San Jose, California right now. My name is Chris Torres. I run Everything Daily Chess Musings. You can find out all about our community, the club on chess.com, Daily Chess Musings Club, the website, dailychessmusings.com, all that stuff, the YouTube channel. You can go check around. I am the Cal Chess Journal editor. So I write the magazine for Cal Chess. I'd be watching this anyways. I'm the Cal Chess Scholastic coordinator. I've watched like half of these players grow up. Half the players you're seeing in this tournament, I've known them since they were little kids. I've watched them progress. I've had fun, playing chess with many of them, analyzing games. I know their parents. I know their families. I would be watching this anyways. What I decided to do is broadcast it on Twitch, and I am really glad I did, because check it out. Other people are appreciating this as well. This tournament was put together by two guys who can't even drive yet. FIDE Master Kevin Pan, FIDE Master Eric Lee. Two local kids who can't even drive yet. They're in high school. They don't even have their driver's licenses yet. My goodness. They put this together. Bay Area Chess came and supported them, helped them out. But these things cost tons of money because you're getting players to travel to your tournament. You have to accommodate, right? All this is so expensive to do these kinds of things. So James Eade and the Eade Foundation made a donation. We are seeing history. Norm tournaments, Grandmaster Norm tournaments are very rare in the United States. This is the second this month. There's going to be another one in a couple days. As soon as this one's over, there's another one. And then there's going to be a hybrid tournament later this month as well. FIDE rated hybrid tournament. But 3 Grandmaster and International Master Norm opportunities in a row. So awesome to see a community coming together. It is beyond awesome to see a community coming together. You want to do this? You want this kind of thing to happen near you? Drop me an email, dailychessmusings@gmail.com. I'll let you know all the requirements, but really what it's going to come down to is the organizers in your area, the affiliates, the organizers, the players, instead of viewing each other as competitors, you gotta get them to come together for the good of the area. It's so exciting. We were clobbered by the pandemic in Northern California. Chess was killed here, just absolutely obliterated by the lockdown and the pandemic. And now we are back better than ever because we're working together, we're collaborating. Maria's taking her time. She's doing just what I told you. Check it out. She's got 41 minutes. Now, a lot of you would try and play really fast to try and get Grandmaster David Berkes on the clock. That's exactly what he wants you to do. And then he'll punish you for making some mistakes. Maria, she's playing exceptionally accurate chess. Taking her time. Keeping. David Berkes is going to be under time trouble for the rest of the evening. He doesn't get any extra time at move 40. Grandmaster David Berkes will be in time trouble for the rest of this round, the rest of the evening. What do we expect from Maria? What is she going to play? She's given it a lot of thought. She's going to find the most accurate move. All right, knight e2. What does that do? It's defending d4. Remember, there is this threat of queen takes d4, pawn takes, rook takes on c2, right? There is that threat. Queen c6. Pressuring the weak c3 pawn, right? He's stacked against c3, but you know what? She's got 2 defenders. It's okay right now. But also threatening g2. If you play fast, you miss stuff like that. Then you get checkmated. You know, she doesn't need to play f3 anymore. Because remember, David traded his rook. So now she could actually defend with knight e3 because there's no rook takes knight. So now knight e3 is probably preferable to f3. Likely preferable. So I'm expecting knight e3, but she's taking her time. She's taking her time. She's doing this right. She plays f3. Okay, it's fine. David's clock is running 40 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine the kind of pressure this is to be playing chess living on an increment and you're only on move 28. This game could go 50 moves, 60 moves, easy. He's going to be living on the increment. This is happening live right now. 10 seconds. Queen to e6. Okay. So moving the queen to a very active square, right? It's in an open file, but it is in the same file as a rook. Interesting. So if you are white right now, you want to support this rook. Support it, because then your knight moving out of the way is a threat to the queen. If she played f3 for a reason, did she play it so she could support it with king f2? Did she see this? I think she may have. I think she chose f3 instead of knight e3. So she could play king f2 here. Supporting and then creating the possibility to move the knight anywhere she wants with an attack on the queen. Her king would be relatively safe here because of this pawn on d4. Amazing, amazing stuff. We're seeing, you know, chess is such, you know, at times it's very calming. It's very cerebral. You can almost kind of meditate at a chess position. And then there are other times, like right now, where it is an adrenaline rush. It's an extreme sport. This is something. This is really something. Dare I click away for a second? I mean, there are other games going, right? Draw, and then here we are. Look, Ming Lu is starting to get in time trouble too. He's down to 432. There's a lot of chess left to be played here. But he's got a good position. I really like Black's position. Again, White has this isolated pawn. It's a big weakness, and is he ahead material too, looks like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Coming soon. Material advantage. All right, knight takes f3, queen takes f3, rook takes d4. There's the coming soon part, right? This is what. So you take, and then boom! There goes your isolated pawn. Goodbye. Isolated queen's pawn. Now, Black no longer has the bishop pair they had earlier, but, you know, they got 3 on 2 on the queen side. Black's going to be playing for a win. Oh, and Ming Lu is very low on time again. Vyam Vidyarthi is the guy playing for a win. Ming Lu is down to 430. So he's down on time and in the position. Then we got Austin May and Eric Lee. What has happened here? A lot. Okay. Where were we? Okay, there's that. We saw. Then there's the f3. A lot of chess has been played, though. Rook c1, grabbing the open file. Check it out. Black's rooks may be lined up in stacked in an open file, but it is a semi-open file. White's rook's in an open file. Where were we last at this game? Where were we? We were way back here when I was drawing arrows last. See, I draw the arrows because they kind of leave me a little bookmark. So I was thinking Black was going to play queen f6. Or knight takes d4 is what I was thinking. That's right. That's right. Knight takes d4. So white takes both pawns. And now is just material ahead, right? Right? So that was a little bit of inaccurate play by Eric Lee, unfortunately, since he is one of our organizers. But, you know, I try and be impartial. Austin May is also a local guy. So let's not say unfortunately, Chris. Let's stay impartial in our broadcasts. A lot is happening here. A lot. I'm going to get back to. I'm going to keep it in my head. Okay. I just took a mental picture of that. I'll be back there in a moment. I'm thinking about that. I may even refer to it while I'm looking at another one. We've got David Berkseys. This is just. I mean, how can I not stay here when Maria's got her opponent in so much time trouble? He's living on the increment for the rest of the. It must feel like eternity. David should ask Maria for some of her time. Yeah. Chess is considered a sport, an art. A science. Depending kind of what cultures and where you're at. The reason Soviet Russia had such a hegemony of chess is because they viewed chess masters like they're doctors, like they're lawyers, right? It was considered a science. It was considered high end. Some of the great European chess players from Western Europe considered it more of an art, and they were looked at more like artists are. And in the United States, especially now, with so much speed chess online, it's definitely viewed as like a sport. So, oh my goodness, 2 seconds. There he goes. Oh, he let it run down. He let it run down. Oh. This is something. My phone keeps buzzing. I bet you a lot of my students and stuff are like sending me messages. Yep. Oh, good. One of my students is enjoying Triple Exclaim, the book about Emery Tate, a good friend of mine, International Master Emery Tate. Unfortunately, he very, very sadly, he passed away some years ago. But incredible. So that was just kind of random, but I happen to have it right here on my bookshelf. Here's the Emery Tate book. Very, very dear friend of mine. And so timely. I wish we would have had these when Emery was alive 5 years ago. I wish we would have had these. I had to try and raise money to get Emery to Bulgaria and Romania to try, and then they couldn't get it all. Sometimes the tournament was there, but it wasn't enough to be a norm tournament. I wish Emery Tate would have been a grandmaster, 100% guarantee you. If he had the opportunity to play in enough of these tournaments, he would have been a grandmaster. Another reason why these tournaments are so important. So important. Players like Emery Tate and all the others in the United States who could have been. But it's really expensive to travel and stay in Europe, right? So it's just incredible what the Mission 360 folks are doing. All right, let us... We are holding steady at what, 200 viewers? Wow. Let's get the followers up, please. Get the follower count up for me. I'm new to Twitch. My name is Chris Torres. I am a correspondence chess master. Sorry, I choked up a little bit thinking about Emery Tate. I'm a correspondence chess master, and I am also the Cal Chess Journal editor. I'm one of the more popular chess instructors in the Northern California area. In fact, I am also the Scholastic Chess Coordinator for Northern California. I started a community after I got really sick early in the pandemic. I started the Daily Chess Musings community because so many kids were on lockdown. And I had 1,000 kids sign up for my first summer chess camp. Over 1,000. And... yeah, so that's kind of how we got to where we are now. Maybe, I don't know, 2 years into this now. I'm almost approaching the 2nd year anniversary of upgrading chessmusings.wordpress.com to dailychessmusings.com. Approaching the second anniversary. And we are one of the fastest growing clubs on chess.com. Got over 2,000 players in our community, in our club on chess.com. Daily Chess Musings. Go check it out. Join the club. Bouncing around. Ming Lu is getting really low on time too. We were talking about this. And he's got to be very careful. He does not want to end up in the situation like David Brooksies is in, right? Any minute, we're expecting Maria to make another move. And then David's going to have 31 seconds to decide his response before forfeiting on time. And if he does it in time, he gets an additional 30 seconds. He's living on the increment. And he's only on move 31. He's going to be doing this for the foreseeable future. I mean, there are a lot of material still on the board, right? Queens are on the board. 2 minor pieces and a rook and a bunch of pawns. This is not close to being over. Not close to being over. Thank you, Luke Zin 10 for the follow. Anybody else? Yeah, we're at 39 followers. You can get us up. Let's get us. I forget what Arcane Doctrine was telling me about. He was telling me something about you get like enough, and Arcane Doctrine's been very helpful. You said something about, oh, you get enough, we can even give you money. It's like, cool. All right. You are watching live the tournament, the second. I gave you the inaugural Mission 360 Bay Area GMIM Invitational Tournament. We're looking at round 5 of the second of 3. The second of 3. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to go to my browser real fast. And show you mission3604u.org. It's foru.org. And let me go to my browser, web browser. There you go. So you should see a full screen. And then when we look at events, right now this is started, like I said, by 2 high school guys. Very smart high school guys, but 2 high school guys. Events. Click the event page. So look at this. April 1st through 5th, then April 6th through 11th is another 9 rounds. So I'm going to be busy. I'm bringing you some awesome stuff from Northern California. Here was the inaugural. Here's some pictures. There's Tom Langland, Cal Chess president, and there's Robert Shlyatenko, who is now an international master. He did it at one of these tournaments. He's from Southern California. Here's a whole bunch of the photos. There's you guys know Hello Kostya, right? He played in that inaugural one. There's Leonid Udison, right? You guys know. A lot of you know who these people are. And then just beautiful, beautiful job. I think that's Kevin Pan's mom who's taking the photos, by the way. Hui. She's a very nice lady. And here is the second one. Like I said, it's being played 2050 Concourse Drive, number 42, San Jose, California, also known as the Bay Area Chess Headquarters. And this is what we're watching right now. Round 5 of 9. And then right after this finishes, 9 more rounds. And here we go again. Here's our thing. And Kostya's playing. So Hello Kostya is playing in the third one as well. So is Maria Maleka. She'll be back, so that's exciting. Bryce Teaglong's going to be showing up. You'll have to watch that. That's Joshua Ruiz from Colombia. Fantastic. Whoa, it's just so incredible what these 2 young gentlemen were able to do. what these two young gentlemen were able to do. Let me get back to the... There we go. Back to the action. 1 second. What? What? How did that happen? Isn't he supposed to get like 30? There we go. You got 30 seconds added. Don't forget, clock. We are up to 329 viewers right now. Let's get it up over 1,000. That would be exciting. Why not? I mean, this is the biggest show. If you're into chess, this is the most exciting thing happening right now in the world, I think. You got Maria Malika from Poland, FIDE Master, versus Grandmaster David Berksis from Hungary. Check it out. David Berksis has to survive on the increment. Okay, here we go. Countdown. Watch his time tick away. Maria has 30 minutes. He's got 30 seconds. Now 16. This is dramatic as heck. This is dramatic as heck. He's creating a passed pawn. Black is going to get a passed pawn. A deep outside passed pawn. All right, so he's going to play bxa4 real fast here and get up to a minute. Is he? Or, wait, you know what? He might not. Ladies and gentlemen, there's this weirdo tactic going on here, right? He could play bishop c4 first. Is he going to play bxa4 or bishop c4? Or is he going to lose on time? He's got like 8 seconds. 7, 6. Okay. He sends the queen packing. Now he's going to take the pawn. Take the pawn, David. You want to take the pawn. Then you have a passed pawn in the A file. Just 3 squares away. And your bishop's in a good spot to support this pawn. When it gets to A2, your bishop could, yeah, see, when this pawn gets to A2, that means this bishop could do something like that. And then the pawn can go to A1. Maria's got to be very careful about this. Very, very careful about this. Oh, man. This pawn is so dangerous. I mean, it's really easy for him to get a rook behind his passed pawn. It's really easy for David to do that. If he can get it up here, then this can circle around and come down here. And then he's got a pawn and a bishop like this, and then just scoots the pawn in. But check out his time. He's under a minute. This is intense. This is intense. While we're waiting for Maria to make her move, let's switch to see what's going on here. We got another guy under a minute. Ming Lu is under a minute. And Vyam Vidyarthi looks like he's getting very close. Very close to figuring out a win here. His queen and rook are coordinated. The bishop's in a very dangerous spot, controlling the dark square escapes for white, and he's got 3 pawns against 2. Wow. As much as I like the bishop here, you know, controlling both of these, there's nothing defending it, so it's kind of a loose piece. So bring it back. It blocks off white's queen. And then black's pieces just control the D file. I really like black's chances here. Outside of the clock. Outside of the clock, I really like them. All right, so over here. Very, very tricky position. We got 2 pawns against 2, 3 against 3. But wait a second. Why does white have... okay, let's see. So we got 2 rooks versus like a knight and a bishop, and then a bishop versus a knight. So we've got some nice imbalances. This one's really tricky, and I've been spending too much focus on the other game. The David Berksey's game is really intriguing to me, so I'm coming back because I think David's figured out a way to maybe win this game. We'll get back to the final board. We'll get over here to Eric Lee and Austin May. I will give it some love and attention, but right now I can't stay too long away from Maria Malika versus David Berksey's. This is live chess from San Jose, California. These people are playing. These players are playing on physical chessboards. This is not on a computer. They cannot pre-move, nothing like this. So when you see David get that low on time, and the clock is plugged into the chessboard, so the clock should be 100% accurate. He's living on the increment. He gets no extra time at move 40. But what he does have is a super dangerous pass pawn and the ability to get a rook behind it and then somehow try and use the bishop once it gets up there as well. I sense that black should be able to figure this out. This bishop isn't doing so much right now, though. I have to wonder. I have to wonder if it should be relocated. Is it doing anything important? I mean, I don't think that white's king is going to wander out to e3. I don't think it's doing much importance. It's keeping this knight from, I guess, getting in. But maybe, it could be that it's going to come here, and then you got protection here and protection there from bishops, right? That pawn's getting really close. Really, really close. But also is David Berksey's clock. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen. This is drama. Real chess drama. This isn't like, chess players being prickly with each other and insulting each other by accident and unfollowing each other or whatever. No, this is drama from the chessboard. This is chess as a sport right here. And David Berksey's is showing why Grandmaster David Berksey's is Grandmaster David Berksey's. Because he was in serious time trouble, still is. And he is playing for a win. He went down to 1 second several times. You saw it live on this broadcast. 1 second. Then he has to move the piece with the same hand and hit the clock with the same hand. Because this is not computerized chess. This is real chess being broadcast. All right, so Maria moves her rook back into that file, the all-important A file, threatening A4 twice. David has 21 seconds. Is he going to add a second defender? Or is he going to add a second attacker on this knight? He could throw that in too, couldn't he? My goodness, my goodness. He is so cool under pressure. He is not having, a fight or flight response. How can he remain so cool with his clock ticking down like that? It is unbelievable to me. Now there's all kinds of problems, right? This is weak enough. No, it's not. No, the knight is defending it. Okay. I thought for a second rook e2 was on the table. What is he going to do? Is he going to play rook a8? Get a rook behind the passed pawn? Is that what he's going to do? 6, 5, 4. You guys see the clock. I see it too. 2. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's 31 seconds. He took it down to a second again. Is he gonna back this bishop out, threaten the queen again? And then power up on this square again? Queen goes back to d1, maybe a repeated position. This could be a repeated position opportunity. This could be a draw opportunity if he wants it. But I don't think David wants a draw. He's not playing like he wants a draw. Yeah, he's not playing for a draw. He's playing for the win, ladies and gentlemen. He's playing for the win, and he's playing with fire because he keeps getting down to like a second. Pressure's on c3. Okay, so Maria's probably going to play knight e2. And then... now we might, there's another opportunity for like repeated position again with rook e8 and then knight g1, right? I mean, this kind of stuff, right? And then, yeah. So I'm seeing a couple of opportunities for repeated positions, and David is acutely aware of this, but he's also knowing that he's got a protected passed pawn, a very powerful and protected passed pawn. Is he going to do rook e8? Is that the second time they've been there? If he does that, because then she goes back here, right? Remember, if a position occurs 3 times on the board, it is a draw. I don't usually get this excited in my broadcasts. I'm more relaxed. But I can't help. Like I said, I did like 4 or 5 hours of teaching chess before. Now I've been. I got home just in time. I've been on air for 3 hours here, plus commuting. It was a 2-hour drive home. Holy moly! And I'm getting goosebumps by how exciting this game is. This. You can't help but feel, 6-5. Okay, so rook b. So again, now this is kind of key. I think the b file may be of great interest, because a rook to the 7th rank. I think David's figured it out. I hadn't even really thought about that. I was thinking about putting the rook behind the passed pawn, right? But a rook to the 7th rank, of course. That could be it. That seems to be the method of winning this. What do you do if you're Maria here? This is bad. This is bad. How do you stop the rook from going to the 7th rank? This is very, very bad. So the rook can't go up because the bishop, right? So you can't, okay. The queen can go there, right? Guarding. Now, is he going to play bishop b3 again? Because then it's like repeating almost. So maybe this time he plays rook to b3. Because remember, the bishop... Oh no, but the queen was on d1, so it wouldn't be a repeated position, just kind of a repeated theme. So if he needs to, he could just throw the bishop in here. But I'm thinking, okay, now that's interesting. He's stacking in the b file. How is this bishop going to help? It did a second ago. It was taking away some possibilities for Maria. But I think it wants to go to f8 to help a3 get in there. But you know what? He can just play a3. He doesn't need the bishop on f8 to do it because there's nothing guarding a3. This is incredible. Incredible chess. Absolutely incredible. Dare I go and peek at the other boards? Let's see the other boards going. I hate to even go. Oh my goodness. Ming Lu is down to 5 seconds. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. So what? Queen takes f3, gx f3. And then rook to the 7th rank, threatening h2, right? Yeah. This looks easily winning. Easily winning. I think you can just trade here. Because you can't take... Oh, you could take with the rook because the knight is... Hang on. The knight is still guarding d1. I was going to say you can't take back with the rook because then you get a back rank mate. Still, I mean... Okay, you don't need to trade right away, though. You could also play rook d3. I liked rook d3 because then you could even play rook takes knight to get rid of the defender of the back rank mate. But this, I think, works really, really well as well. And we're about to see a victory here. We're about to see a victory for Vidyarthi over Ming Lu. Okay, so, and then rook to rook to d2. Yeah, rook to d2. Again, what are you going to do about all this, right? This was the first variation that I saw when I was calculating. And then I thought maybe we could get a back rank mate, but the knight was blocking, so then I was thinking maybe rook d3. Okay, so now rook h2, right? Check. And then king to g1, and then you could just start eating. Just start eating stuff. Move the rook back, take there, and then, yeah, you're threatening even another check with your bishop down there. Let's get back to that David Brooks's game, though, because I am just... All right, so he got his rook to the 7th rank. She couldn't stop it. She could not stop it. Oh, but by way of trading queens. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's see. A lot happened, White. See, we step away from one board for a moment, and a lot happens. I was thinking he could throw in the bishop again, but he decided to stack. f4, blocking off. You know, it interferes with the bishop, controlling some useful squares down here, right? So then, hey, here's a pin. Pinning the queen to the king. Trade, check. Now this king is able to get out and over. But is it really? The bishop is taking d3, the rook's taking d2. No, the answer is no, it's not really. Rook to c2 is correct because the king can't do anything about that. But wait a second. Is nothing defending a4 now? What happens? Am I losing my mind? I think I might be. What happens if rook takes a4? Then rook says check. King goes here, right? No. And then bishop goes in between the two. What am I missing? What am I missing? If you're in chat, help me out here. I've been at this a little while. Ah! It has nothing to do. All right, so if rook takes a4, then rook comes down here, attacking both knights. And then what? King has to go to f2 to defend the knight. And then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it right now. And she's looking at this too. What? Anybody see what I'm missing? What happens if rook takes a4? I don't think David would just leave his passed pawn, his outside passed pawn, unguarded for a moment. And my brain is just not picking up on it right now. What am I saying? I'm just totally blind. If rook takes a4, then bishop takes f1. Trading a pawn for a knight. Okay. Yeah, obviously, just trading a pawn for a knight. Maria's probably looking at that trade, because this pawn is so dangerous. She's probably half tempted by that. Let's get back to the other board. We have a lot of positions in serious time trouble here. Okay, so let's see what we missed here. All right, so as expected, check, eat the pawn. Rook moves to the open file. King takes the square, so it can't do anything with the open file, right? This is important, you know. The king is a good controller of squares. Knight jumps in, getting closer, coming in here. Ooh, little bit tricky, little bit tricky. And then g6, very nice. All right, so if this is the outpost you want to use, so sorry, my friend. You are not going to be allowed to do that. Now, if you're white, do you play rook e1 and then pawn f4? Is that what you try next? Pin the bishop and then try out there. Somebody's knocking on my door. Really, guys? So much excitement. I'm not answering the door. I am not answering the door. But I will request more coffee. Pizza. Did somebody say pizza? I heard one of my kids say pizza. It's pizza night at my household, apparently. But I will not be eating pizza because I don't want to choke on it in all the excitement. I will wait. I will stave off my hunger until after. This is too exciting to be stuffing my mouth. Far too exciting. Maria has 20-something minutes and a big problem. Oh, wait, there were moves played. Let's see what happened. All right, so David's saying, go ahead, take my pawn, because I'll take your knight. And Maria says, no, thank you. But I will attack your bishop. David says, fine, I'll take a pawn, say check, and defend my bishop. King moves away. Bishop goes back to defend the pawn. David's time's ticking. Rook is under attack. This is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, yes, we could say David has a winning endgame, a probable winning endgame, but look at his time. A miscalculation and things evaporate. A miscalculation and you could lose. Or just taking too much time, trying to avoid miscalculating. This is really something. This is the most... By the way, again, I am going live tomorrow for both rounds. If you want to see more top-level chess like this, I think it's 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. again tomorrow. But check on dailychessmusings.com for the round schedule. I will be live for both rounds. I was able to rearrange my private lesson schedule so I can follow, and since I'm following, I'll broadcast. So make sure you do your part. Follow this channel. We've got, we're a new channel. All the followers is the better. If you follow the channel, then you'll know when I'm live, bringing you unique chess content like we're watching. Seven seconds. All right. Interesting that he went there and not f8 with the bishop. But he's threatening, he can pull... Ooh, okay. Maria played that move a little faster. That was an important move. That was an important move. She gets her rook into a good file. The bishop should probably move. And then the rook has access to go all the way down and check and do other mean things. Uh-oh. Okay, let's rewind just a little bit. All right, so we saw, I like this. The bishop goes back. And the knight goes, attacks the rook. Yeah. This all makes sense. This bishop G7 move, I'm a little suspicious of. I'm a little suspicious. It might be, time to like swing the rook back and put it behind the pass pawn. Rooks belong behind pass pawns. So yeah, it was great in the 7th rank, and it did its purpose. Because now, this is tricky. And now, all right, so this rook b1 move by Maria was really nice. Because now her rook has a path to getting behind the pass pawn. Philidor and Luciana positions, rooks belong behind pass pawns, all this stuff we learn. Now, there is another huge factor in this, ladies and gentlemen. Maria can get her rook behind the pass pawn, but look what color the queening square is. It is dark. And look who's back here still. All right, so I'm fully expecting rook b8. Rook to b8. This position is just... This game has been so exciting. I am just privileged to have this happening, in Northern California, to be a person involved in these tournaments. I just feel so privileged, and to be able to share with you guys. All right, so question, do you try and bring your king closer? Or you could have interposed with your bishop, which is maybe, a good move because it would have been defending. But, I mean, kings should be active in the endgame. David's keeping his bishop on this diagonal. There's another check. And then, where to? Oh, no, not there. Duh. There. Yeah, he drew a bad arrow. You got to play king f6, right? You can't go to e6. King f6 if you want to try and move forward. Or you could do a redo. You could go back to g8. Then if the rook goes in, you could try the bishop f8, which supports this for a little bit. um, until like the knight comes down there. But then the pawn can move forward, right? I mean, but then the bishop's not supporting it anymore. This is hard, and he is low on time. He is low, very low on time. Okay, so he's doing the redo. Is he going to play bishop f8 this time? I'm sensing he's going to try bishop f8. He's been trying to win. He apparently feels comfortable making moves with like 1 second on the clock, right? Maria is very close to a key victory, you know, against a grandmaster, right? She's trying to get IM norms so she can become an international master. 3, 2. I mean, he loses if the clock expires. Bishop f8. He does the redo. I mean, at worst, he has a draw by repetition. But if he lets the clock expire, then it's a loss. The king is close now. This is not what you want. You wanted this rook like back here, right? This is what you want. Even better, back here, so this rook's not pinning your bishop, right? The rook is in the wrong place to be trying to do this. All right, rook c1. Now Maria has to be very careful. Very careful. She's got the time. This pawn is 2 squares away. Can you play knight b3? I think you can. I think knight b3. All right, so knight b3 would attack the rook, also guarding a1. Black's rook can't go to b1. Oh, rook behind the passed pawn. She does not play, and that's fine. This is a super rook. Check it out. Check out that rook. She is in the perfect spot. The perfect spot. I think she's got herself a draw and possibly more. She's got to be careful, though. Let's not forget, she also has a passed pawn. If she can cause this to... All right, so that's moving forward again. Now you play knight b3. But then the rook can go to b8 now, right? Or possibly rook to c7 so that white can't check you. That's another possibility. And this bishop is guarding. If this pawn falls, then it's white playing for the win. Then white is the one with the extra pawn. Then you have to start like looking at the position. If minor pieces leave and it's a rook and pawn, or if all the pieces leave, can black's king get to one of the key squares in front of the pawn and remain close enough to, and should, yeah, it should end up being fine. All these endgames that we should spend a bunch of time studying. I am humbled by my numbers on the broadcast tonight. I am just absolutely humbled. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to quickly just peek. Just peek. I promise I'll come back. Vyam Vidyarthi ends up winning. Let's see what happened. Real fast. All right, so we got to this point, and yeah, the knight's there, but he took the outpost away, and black's rook's got the 7th rank, and I mean, we'll come back. I'll show you. I'll show you conclusively how this would have ended. But black's got the 7th rank and 3 extra pawns. So um, these two, Austin May, Eric Lee, are fighting it out still. We've got neat imbalances. Knight and bishop versus rook. Very educational stuff. Very educational stuff. 2 FIDE masters trying to get their international master norms at this tournament. 2 local FIDE masters. Don't get sidetracked, Chris. You know they want to. You've invested a lot of time in that David Berkesey's thing. All right, come on. I could easily get sidetracked there. But I think all of us are watching this Maria Malika versus David Berkesey's. We've watched it develop into what it is now, which is so very close to being a win for black earlier, and it looks like maybe he let it slip, because my sense is with the rook behind the passed pawn and the king now centralized, that white is okay here. I don't think he has the win anymore. I think Maria is going to get this draw. And possibly, I mean, David's solo on time, possibly more. But I think David, it slipped. I think he had it. I think he was so very close. That is key, and that is key. These two. I think she's going to be okay. If you are tuning in tonight, please give us a follow. I'm looking over. It looks like I got, 10 times as many viewers right now as I have followers. So it'd be nice if some of you just click that follow button. It doesn't cost anything. And it'd really help the channel out. Also, make sure you look at Daily Chess Musings on chess.com. Go find our club on chess.com, and also our website, dailychessmusings.com. Go check out the Daily Chess Musings YouTube channel. Find me on Twitter at Tori's Chess. Go check out the Mission 360 webpage. Let me show you. Real fast. It's a cool website. This tournament, I'm just so proud of these two young men. Just look at them. About Us. Here they are. Look how young. I mean, Kevin Pan, like I said, not even driving yet. Eric Lee, even younger than Kevin Pan. Josiah Stearman, not 21 yet. Graduating Cal. I mean, and they have put this together. It is so amazing. It is so absolutely amazing. So check out mission360foryou.org. And we are back. Maria's thinking hard. I think she's got a draw. I think she's got a draw. David probably has had enough time to think now. He realizes he messed up somewhere. He was very close to a win, and certainly it's excusable when you're getting down to 1 second time. 1 second between a win and a loss, an immediate loss if you overstep on time, right? And this is interesting. So black has a pass pawn. White has a knight and bishop versus a rook. White has a pass pawn. White's king is closer to the action by a little bit than black's king. So you want to try and use your rook as best as possible. And again, rooks, getting behind passed pawns is wonderful. The knight and bishop need to coordinate together. The rook is automatically coordinated as itself, but honestly, you know, a knight and bishop, I would prefer to have the knight and bishop to the rook in these kinds of things. The rook is really nicely placed right here because it is defending b5. Can you bring your king a little closer? Yeah, bring your king a little closer, but he went to a dark square, which makes a lot of sense because if you go there, you lose, right? Boom, check, and then there's two attackers. So, aha, yeah, he had to, if he's going to bring the king closer, it was not e6 because of this. It was, of course, king to f6. So now both kings are adjacent to center squares. And we're just seeing a knight and bishop versus rook endgame. If I'm white, I probably step into the center. If I take the center square with my king, then I'm controlling the other three from my opponent's king. And right now, you can do that because you've got this pawn on f4 guarding from the rook going to e5. So I think you play king e4 right now. Let me get back. We have two very instructive games. Very exciting. Oh, David's, good thing I came back. He's down to 3, 2, 1, makes a move. He's going to lose his pawn. David's going to, what just happened? I step away for a moment and all sorts of chaos. Knight b3, we saw that. All right. Threatening these? I mean, this is really pretty. What is it doing? Blocking, right? It's really pretty. So, and then he played, yeah, I think decision time. Decision time. If you play bx, then her pawn gets to c5. And then all right, well, it was not played. We'll get there in a moment. I will go back through and do some thorough analysis. King f7, so I mean he was really low on time, we saw it, and now she's going to play rook takes a3. She's going to do it. Win the pawn, and then this is momentarily pinned, so she's making sure it's okay. She's making sure it's okay. He'll take here, but big deal, you know. It's not a pass pawn. Taking this for this is a good trade for white. What? She didn't. She said check. I would think taking this and then trying to get the rook behind your pass pawn, and then you're the one trying to win, is what I'm. But he's low on time, so you know she played a tricky move, maybe the check. His king is stuck in the 8th rank now. The power of the rook in the 7th. This has been such a powerful piece for her. Does she want to play a check or just take on a3? She could play a check. Or she could do both. She could play a check and then take on a3, right? You could do both. It's not either or. It's A, B, or C. What did she do? Did she take straight away? It went so fast. Let's see. She took straight away. Okay. He takes there. I'm starting, you know, white's the one playing for a possible win here. So she is making way to play rook to d3. Her rook would be defending g2 and behind her pass pawn. But black's king is able and willing to try and blockade that. My sense is, again, this is looking drawish, but David's time is a huge factor, and these two players are playing way outside of their time zone. I said like a long time ago on move 20 something. 28. He's living on increment and will be for the rest of the evening. Check it out. We are now on move 61. He gets his rook behind or past pawn. Throw in a check, maybe? Threaten to win a bishop, maybe? And then maybe get your knight here. And then maybe once the bishop's off that diagonal, there's a lot of interesting possibilities here. Maria is the one playing for a win, though. She's the one with the passed pawn. And her king is well placed. She can take an easy draw anytime she wants with, perpetual checking. But she's got her opponent against the ropes, time-wise, and has an advantage in the game as well. Okay, what's going on here, guys? What is going on? Black's pawn has moved forward. All right, so white did take e4. Good for white. Oh, wait. No, we were further back. Let's see. Okay. I thought that black's rook was up here when I was suggesting taking e4. So you don't want to take here when this is now 2 squares away. Nothing over there is worth that. I think you play knight d5 and then knight e3. So you get a check and then you get your knight closer. You don't go the wrong direction from the threat. There's the check. Closer. King gets over there closer. And now bishop takes b5, sure. Now, as black, do you play g2 here? Or do you play rook takes b4? We may get to see if Austin May knows how to do a checkmate with a knight and bishop. You think he does? This is a nightmare scenario if you haven't studied that. This is a nightmare. See, check it out. All right, so if knight takes, then rook can take here. Rook can take here. And then, I mean, not it could happen. There are some scenarios. How many of you know how to checkmate with a knight and bishop? How many of you can do it? That isn't easy, and it could come up. It could come up in this game. If, at some point, black is forced to exchange his rook for the pawn to stop it, if it promotes to a queen, and then take, then white's going to be left just with a knight and a bishop. Wouldn't that be something? Where did I go? Too far back, Chris. That's where. David Berksey's down to 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 4. She's doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Check out what she's been able to accomplish. All right, so there goes the outside pass pawn. King gets in front, so it's supporting. Now is she going to play rook a7 check? And how does black respond to that? I think you have to allow your bishop to get pinned. This is very uncomfortable for David. He had so many opportunities for a draw here. Interesting. Interesting. She doesn't play the check. All right. I think if you're David, you're done fooling. No? Ah, she did play the check. It was corrected. I was going to say, if it was rook a5, I think you're done fooling around trying to do anything but get the draw, and you would have played bishop takes c5 immediately. David is in trouble. He is in big time trouble. Big time trouble. Getting more messages from students. Let's see. That was a long one. I think some of my students are watching the broadcast. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Get back to Delilah a little later. Anybody know the song, Hey There, Delilah? That was played a lot on the radio, maybe a decade ago. All right. All right, so the knight is coming where we were thinking it would come. The king is in front of the pass pawn where it wants to be. Maria is playing an endgame like a grandmaster. She is a FIDE master. I think David is... he made a move. He made a move. And creating... this is probably a losing move. This is probably a losing move. Knight e5 check. King f6. Keeping it protected. And then fx g5. Is that it? Is she going to win a piece? Yep. Now king has to go to f6, right? Because if king f8, then king e6. Maria's going to win. Ladies and gentlemen, Maria is going to win this game. David could just let his clock expire. I think he did. It's over. Nope. He made his move. He made his move. Now she's going to play king e6. Probably. Probably king e6. And then you don't even care about rook takes d4, right? Because you get She's got 8 minutes. She's got this. She's got this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calculating. She's got this. Maria Malika. Incredible. Incredible drama live from Northern California. We are 4 hours into this game. Grandmaster David Berkses was living off the increment for like the last hour and a half, maybe. We are witnessing a Maria Malika from Poland about to defeat Grandmaster David Berkses from Hungary. This was beautiful. This was beautiful. The way she swung her king in front, just and then brought the knight around. Just so instructive. I will be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. with round 6. This is round 5. And then there's like a day or two break before a full another tournament like this. 3 Grandmaster and National Norm tournaments in a row. I'm going to be, this coming weekend is going to be tricky because I'm April 9th and 10th, I'm going to be in Santa Clara at the tournament in Santa Clara. And I believe oh my goodness, yeah. I'm going to be doing double duty. That's going to be busy. I'm going to be watching the Super States, the K-8 Super States, the Scholastic Championship for kindergarten through 8th grade in Santa Clara. Doing some live broadcasts from there. And then trying to cover the complete other end of the spectrum. The highest level chess. Grandmaster. International Master level chess. Northern California is the place to be for chess. We have made it happen by coming together. Collaborations. Pretty sure David's going to lose this one. Maria's just doing the calculation. I looked at the King E6 idea right now, right? But you could also maybe just play FX G5. That's fine too. But I think King E6 is just simpler. It's just pretty. So I'm going to go with King... Oh, yep, she plays King E6. Then here we go. Rook takes D4 and then Rook takes E7, right? It's the best he can do. Nope, he takes down here. Boy, he's just trying to do what he can. Rook takes E7. Bishop falls. He's moments away from resignation, I think. Moments away. This has been a roller coaster of my goodness. This has been, and the time control is so fabulous. G90 with the 30-second increment. There are a couple time controls I really like. 15 and 10. If you're playing rapid, that is just wonderful. 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. It's fast, exciting, but enough time to play really great chess. Then I think it's the sweet spot. Then you got, for classical, this G90 with a 30-second. Wow. Certainly it caught David Berkses a little off guard. The rapidness needed, and I think he got to a winning endgame, in fact, and was just living on the increment for too long and made one mistake and it evaporated. I said that could happen. That's exactly the words I said. It all can evaporate. It all can evaporate. And he can resign. I mean, or he can just let his clock, I think it'd be more classy to resign. He's got 40 seconds to make up his mind how he wants to handle this. There's just nothing more. he had a win and it slipped away. I believe he had a win. I believe when he had the outside pass pawn in the A file, he had the win, and he needed to swing his rook back behind and get his rook like to A8, but Maria got her rook there, right? Rooks belong behind pass pawns. He brought the rook to the 7th rank, and I thought that was a beautiful idea at the time, but it needed to go back and around, and it never got there. I think he's done. I think he's done. I think the game's over. He may have resigned without hitting the clock. The clock may have, yep. Yeah, it shows he had 59 seconds, so he resigned. He did resign. He didn't make her wait at the chessboard. Maria! Malika! What? Congratulations, Maria. What an exciting, all the way from Poland. What an exciting game. Wow. All right, so we have draw, Michael Lee versus Gabor Nagy. Very good, Michael Lee. Excellent. A draw, Josiah Stearman versus Leonid Udison. Congratulations, Josiah. Viam Vidyarth, we watched you. Beautiful game against Ming Lu. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the evening. And we might get ourselves, don't go anywhere, we might get to see if Austin May knows how to do a checkmate with a king, a bishop, and a knight. We might get to see that, because when this pawn, if this pawn gets to a promotable point, this rook will be what needs to take it. And then, yep, it's why you gotta know these things. Wow. I should do a live session on that at some point. There are a couple methods to doing it. I like what is known as the 4-square method. So you make a square with the bishop, knight, your king, bishop, knight, and their king. You make a square. And then you do certain maneuvers, push the king further back, then you remake the square. There's at least one other major method. Very, very tricky. Not a lot of people know it. And Eric Lee is down to 18 seconds. Okay. Austin May. Will the bishop and knight prove to be superior to the rook in the endgame? At least in this one, it's looking that way. Certainly the extra pawn helps, but that wasn't the case just a little while ago. We had even material with both sides having a passed pawn. Both kings were very active. Eric Lee is down to under 30 seconds. Before we finish up tonight, please make sure to give us a follow. I'm going to be back tomorrow, 10 a.m., showing you more. Give me a follow. These are incredible numbers for my channel. I've never seen anything like this. Over 1,000 viewers many times tonight watching live. 400 or so, 500 or so, 440 of you right now. How about some followers? Arcane Doctrine, if you're still watching, get chatting, get some people following, please. As we finish up, let's get our follower numbers up. I'm starting to like Twitch. So, White's king wants to get here. Gaining opposition, then cannot be hassled by the check from the rook, and then inch forward. Easier said than done sometimes. But is possible, I believe, in this kind of position. So the king should go there. Rook's coming back. to get checking distance on the king and be able to get behind the passed pawn. Should you play king g5 now? That's where the king wanted to be. Opposition. Now, I think you go here with your rook to pin the pawn to the king. I think that's the path of most resistance. Eric's going to play rook a5. Yep. Pinning the pawn. And now what do you do as white? This is tricky. This is not easy. I think that's what you do. Knight f6. Then you can go to knight to d5, and then you can scoot the pawn forward, right? Because you get the knight in the way of the pin. I think that's what you do. I don't know for sure. I haven't mastered this particular endgame yet. Time is an issue for both players. Both players try. He's going with my plan. We're on the same wavelength. This is now very difficult. I think you want to, just kind of keep your rook in this rank, the 5th rank. You could go back and forth with your king. Keep your rook in that rank, or go back and forth with the rook, go back and forth with the king. And then I believe the knight wants to go here because it's guarded, and then you can push forward with check against the king, right? I think this is the plan. Eric's got, okay, he drops back. He's going with a completely different idea, coming back here to harass the king with checks, right? But see, this is the problem. Now, if king goes to f7, it stops his king from getting in front of the pawn, which is where it wants to go. But if it goes to f7, it allows bishop to d5 check. Yeah. And then, okay, so bishop d5 check. So getting in the path of the pawn makes sense, but the bishop can check you. And then you're going to have a choice to make. When the king, if the king goes to e7, then you play f6. And I think if the king goes back, you go in front. And then if the rook checks you, you block with your bishop, see? All right, so f6 is what... f6, and then... okay. This is, I'm thinking. There's actually a checkmate without promoting to a queen. All right, so king steps up. Knight f4 maybe, defending your bishop. And then you're threatening to scoot the pawn forward. Knight f4 looks good. Thank you for everybody who's watched tonight. It's wonderful to have such a big crowd watching. Much more than is very humbling to, and it's just so nice to be able to share this with you. I'm not the star of the show. Austin May and Eric Lee are young FIDE masters. Eric Lee especially, for putting on this tournament with Kevin Pan. They are the stars of the show. All right, there's knight f4 as expected. What do you do? I think it's not looking so good. I think your best bet, Eric Lee, your best bet is to sack your rook for the pawn. Put your rook in a spot where you can take the pawn. And then force your opponent to try and do the bishop and knight checkmate. I wonder if this is going to occur to Eric. If I am black at this point, I know I'm going to lose, so I make my opponent do the hardest checkmate that they should know, but most people don't. I've seen very strong chess players fail to convert the bishop knight versus king bishop knight versus king checkmate. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., I am back. I think it was 10 a.m. Let me look at the browser real fast. Let's look at the schedule. There's the results, and here's the schedule. Tomorrow is 10 a.m., 4 p.m. I will be there for both. 10 a.m., 4 p.m. Same, what did Batman always say back in the day? Same bat channel, same bat time, same bat channel. That was it, yeah. All right, let me... switch back to Twitch, because we don't want to miss the end of this. This is exciting. My Twitch window. That was my browser. I have my windows named different things. All right, so unfortunately, see, for Eric right now, there's a barrier between the sacrifice. He needs to get his rook in place to lose itself for the pawn and force his opponent to have to checkmate him with just a bishop and knight in a FIDE-rated game. With 3 minutes, it'd be easy for Eric to play that because he just has to move his king. If that happens, ladies and gentlemen, I expect more than 1,000 viewers to watch that. So I think it's coming up. I think we're about to see something that nobody really wants to see. If you're the player is white, you don't want to be tested like this in low time to know how to do the checkmate with the bishop knight versus king, the hardest of the basic checkmates. Eric Lee. Is going to be able to. Yeah, all right, so king e7. Then he's going to swing his rook around, sack his rook. He's going to be able to, or if the knight moves, he's going to sack his rook immediately. All right. So look at this. We're going to see it. We're going to see a bishop knight versus king checkmate. Here it is. This is the best. All right, tell your friends. We need to have 1,000 viewers. I cannot believe we are, this is dream stuff. This is the stuff of dreams right now. Austin May. I forget what his handle is. This is the stuff of dreams. Let's get the viewers up. This is real chess happening right now, at a real chessboard, a bishop knight versus king ending. Austin May he's taking his time to try and remember something that he may have looked at and worked on. The hardest checkmate, the hardest of the basic checkmates to do. And he's got to do it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds with the 30-second increment. That's not a lot of time to try and think your way through this. You either know it or you don't. It does not look like he's going to use the square method I was telling you about. I cannot believe we are seeing this. This is something. Uncle Kevdog. This is something. Arcane Doctrine. I mean, literally, if Austin May can do this, he's closer to becoming a international master. Who actually, so many people study all these opening variations, but don't know how to do. This is fundamental, but it is very advanced. The rook rollers, kid stuff, right? I mean, this is fundamentally important, but advanced. And you'll only ever see it maybe once in your life. This will be the only time in Austin May's life that he's actually required to do this in a rated game. It is very rare. So you train for something that is only required of you once. And right now, it's on the biggest stage. So he's got, for those of you who don't know the rules, he's got 50 moves. That's it. Because there's not going to be any pawn captures there's not going to be any captures or pawn moves. So 50 moves. If the position doesn't repeat 3 times before then, he's got 50 moves to do this. When was the last capture made? Let me rewind. It was made on move 82. So he's got to move 132. He's got to deliver checkmate by move 132. I can't believe we are watching this live. I can't believe we are watching this live. He's not using the pattern I know on how to do this. Again, I try and construct a square. But I would not want to be in his shoes right now to try and be forced to do it over the board in a low time control situation. With who knows how many people watching, right? How many people are watching? 307 people are watching. I mean, but this game will be in databases forevermore. Everybody will know. It's so much pressure, and so much is at stake. It's really hard to earn norms. You have to perform. To get an IM norm, you have to perform at a 2450 or higher level. Or no, you have to, wait. You have to have a 2400 rating. Is he going to do it? He's got to move 132. He could conceivably do it. He could. I think from here he could conceivably do it. He could end up, you know, I made the prediction that this could happen. Remember, like maybe an hour ago, I said this could possibly happen. What we're seeing right now. Now I'm going to make another prediction that possibly he might be able to do the checkmate, but maybe he won't get it done before move 132. Maybe he will complete it on move 133, which would be ultra dramatic. Because then Eric Lee could claim a draw based on the 50 move rule. Okay. Austin May is showing that he knows what he's doing. So now king d3, right? And then king goes to e1, king to e3. And then you start bringing the bishop to b3 to keep the king from going to d1, and so on and so forth. Start pushing it. He knows what he's going to do it. He's going to do it. King d3, right? Then king e1. Then king e3, right? Then if king goes to d1, then you play bishop to b3. And the king has to go back to e1. Then you play what? Knight f4? And then the king has to go to f1. And then you play... Yeah, he got there in a different way. But I know from here. So king e3. And when the king goes back, you play bishop bishop e3. You lead him to this corner. All right. This is amazing. Austin May is going to do it. He's going to do it. Who knows how to do this? Come on, king e3. You got it now. You've gotten this far, you know how to do it. If you've gotten this far, you know how. King d1, bishop b3, then king goes back to e1, then knight f4, then king goes to f1, then bishop to d1, and then king goes to e1, and then, yep. Now, okay, yeah, he knows how. Austin May is going to do this. If he makes one little mistake, though, even if he knows how, he might not be able to do it in a short enough amount of moves. He's used, what, 30 moves. He has 50. All right, so bishop d5 means this, and this are taken, and this. So then the king has to go back, right? So bishop d5 is important here. Interesting. I think bishop d5 was more accurate. There's this... I trust he knows what he's doing, but... even knowing what you're doing, you're running very low on moves. I mean... okay, king's trying to escape. Trying to escape. Remember, it was on the edge, and it seemed like it was going to be pushed across. This is not easy. We are on move 102, which means 20 moves have been played of 50, right? He has 50 moves. This started on move 82. We're on 102. So 20 moves. Some progress has been made. The king is closer. Okay, good. So this is taken. This is taken. This is taken. This and this are possibilities. King F1. Now you want to go to King E3, you know. I mean, so King E3, then like King G2, and you got to circle back around with your bishop. Bishop E6. This is not easy. I saw it a moment ago. I saw it a moment ago, and now I'm just confused. I had it a moment ago, you know. I saw a repeating way to drive. See, I guess I need to go back and study this more too, to be perfectly honest. This is such a, you know, it's a really, really big test. And I am failing in my mind. Right way back here, this is where I saw a method. This is where, and then when the bishop went back out there, I think he's still okay, but he's got to think. I mean, this king does not have a lot of wiggle room, and if you make a mistake and let it out, if you let it out of the trap, you will never get it done. 265 viewers watching Austin May try and do the most difficult task of the fundamental mates. The most difficult. Tom Langland must be loving this. FIDE Arbiter, Tom Langland, strong chess player, president of Cal Chess. He's there right now, FIDE Arbiter. This is the last game going, and he's getting a show. Austin May is really thinking hard here. He's really, really, really thinking hard. He has to be accurate. He's used 20 of his 50 moves. Okay. And are we going to see what? King G2 maybe? King F2? I mean, Black's king's going to come walking back out. Okay. And now King G1 or F1 or okay. He's playing fast now. I think he's got it. Austin May, I am so impressed. Austin May, I think I have to have you on the show to help us all understand your mastery of this checkmate. Because honestly, I know it through like one pattern, and there's the square. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. You make the square. That's the pattern I know. Austin May must know both. I think there's two methods, and I think he knows both because he's used them together. Very impressive. He's got it. He's got it. He's going to play Bishop F1. Then you got King G1. Forced. King G1 or King H1. He's got it. He's got it, ladies and gentlemen. And knight d2. Knight d2. See, I know the pattern from the square. Knight d2. King h1. I got a little confused. King e1? Interesting. That works too. Yeah, that's fine. King h1. Then king f2. Then king h2. Right? King f2, king h2. See, right back here, this is what you want to do. That, you want to make a square with your pieces, and then you can do this. He's got it. Bishop g2, king h2, and then knight f3, checkmate. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. We got so much learning done tonight. This was so pretty the way he finished. This was picture perfect. You make the picture frame. Just beautiful. This is exactly, it's the only way. Wow. Wow. Impressive. Very impressive, young Austin May. Very, very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for checking out tonight. Give me some follows real fast before I go. I will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. for round. This was round 5. Tomorrow's round 6. Let me show you the big schedule of things to come. I'll go to the Mission 360. I'll go to my webpage. We'll show you all this real fast. So here's the schedule coming up. Tomorrow I will be on at 10 a.m., 4 p.m. Same bat place, same bat channel. No, same bat time, same bat channel. See? 10 a.m., 4 p.m., 10 a.m., 4 p.m. Tuesday, probably not both. I would love to, but I have to do a lot of rearranging to do this of my private lessons. It's very tough. And thank you to my private students who have made this broadcast possible. Thank you so much. Mission 360. This tournament was organized by FIDE Master Kevin Pan and FIDE Master Eric Lee. Two guys who don't even have their driver's licenses yet put together a nonprofit and have brought players from all over the world. We're talking China. The next one's got one from Colombia. We saw Hungary, Poland. I mean, all over the world, because you have to if you want to offer FIDE norms. So impressive. I am so blown away by you guys. Just absolutely blown away. And what I wanted to show you real fast is what's to come. Guess what? April 6th through 11th. I'll be doing some rounds then too. There's another, see, April 1st through 5th, then April 6th through 11th. 3 in a row. 3 in a row. And who's the arbiter for these tournaments? Let me show you. And who else is making it possible? Let me give Bay Area Chess a real shout out. Transforming lives through chess. Bay Area Chess. Busy, busy schedule. I'm going to be at or broadcasting most of these events, in fact. And then Cal Chess. Busiest guy in chess. Busier than me, and I'm busy as heck. But yeah, Tom, you win the busiest guy in California chess. You do. Our president, Tom Langland, FIDE arbiter. This wouldn't be possible without him. He's the guy who helped me halfway figure out how to get this on chess.com. So thank you so much. Remember, Daily Chess Musings. It is more. dailychessmusings.com. It is more than a webpage. It's more than a YouTube channel. It's more than a chess club. It's a chess club on chess.com. It's more than all of that. It is a community that you can join for free. Please do. Thank you so much. Remember, hit the follow button. I got 1,000 viewers right now. Why don't I have 1,000 followers? Heck, even 100 followers would be exciting. How do we make that happen? Make that happen for me. Please, this is a lot of work. I was out in the Bay Area, drove home for 2 hours after teaching for a few hours, got straight on the broadcast to share with you guys. Arcane Doctrine, it is over, my friend. For today, I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yes, I have 1,000 viewers now, Arcane, but how do we get more followers? See, I have 40. That's a big increase. Up from like 8 or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, I would love to get so many more. Arcane, you got any suggestions how to get people to hit the follow button? Is there anything? Yeah, he said just last week you barely had 5 viewers. I know. I am humbled, and I shouldn't be asking for more, and yet I am. I would like some of these to be repeat fans to follow the channel. I am absolutely humbled. Absolutely humbled. My windows are all goofed up. What? What is going on? Oh, yeah, let's go back here. We saw how to do a checkmate with a bishop and knight in real time. Under pressure, Austin May. So impressive. We saw tonight Maria Malika. We saw her triumph over Grandmaster David Berkses, and we saw his time go down to 1 second multiple times. This was the most exciting round yet. And the best is yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, because second half of the tournament, these players have to win like 2/3 of the games to get a norm. So they are out for wins. That's why we're having so many results. You got to play for a win if you want to get a norm. And these players. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody else is chatting too. Why isn't anybody else chatting? We got 1,126 viewers. That is a new record. Real fast, let me show that picture perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. Picture perfect. Well, look here. This is just so pretty. And yeah, so I drew one move in difference, and I'm going to erase that right now and just make it just beautiful. So this was not played. There were two possible moves here. Whoops. There we go. Indeed, this was played. We saw this happen live. A player's nightmare is to be forced to do this over the board, because it's something you study once and you will never ever get an opportunity to use. And if you do, only once. This is probably going to be Austin May's only ever game, rated game, where he uses the bishop and knight checkmate versus the lone king. And how did he finish? I had mentioned the method of the square. Here it is. There's the method of the square right there. The final position. The method of the square with the king one step away from the corner. And there you see it in action. You build that square and you can do that. I will break it down for you, but you know what? I think I'm going to get Austin May on the show to help us, since he is obviously such a great man. He's a FIDE master, but he is a master of that checkmate. I got confused. I got confused. I know. It seems so impossible, doesn't it? And yet it happens. All right. Arcane Doctrine, thank you so much for being such a supporter for a long time and such a good friend. I really appreciate it. Drop me a private message anytime you want, my friend. You've made this. You're one of my big helpers, and I just greatly appreciate it. And I am exhausted. I did hours and hours of commuting, teaching chess, commuting back, jumping on. I'm gonna go eat some pizza, and steady to diamond. Nice to have you on board. Please remember to hit the follow, and remember also remember that all these videos will be re-uploaded to will be transferred to YouTube, the Daily Chess Musings channel. Go give that some love. We fell a little bit under 2,000. Good evening, sir. See you guys later.